Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm not even gonna hold you. This is going to be very interesting this morning. Especially with everything that is going on with the Jonathan Majors. I'm going to have Danny in here. Um when I check because I am on Central Time. I looked and it was 7 o'clock Central Time. So good morning, everybody. 7 o'clock Central Time. This show normally going on at 7:30, but but I am doing a special watch party because of Jonathan Majors and the interview that's on here now. If you ever done a watch party, um, unfortunately, I can't for copyright reasons. I can't share my screen um with you guys. We could just basically listen together, and then kind of go from there. Right now it's showing. Oh, okay. So I don't know. Again, if you're watching this, I don't know exactly when the actual segment is going to come on, but we're just gonna have to roll with it right now. Shout out to everybody who's in here again. I cannot share my screen. I can only listen with you guys, and then we talk about it. Because again, if I share my screen, it's a big no with the streaming platforms like that. Why I don't know, but that's what it is right now. So, um, Big Smash, what's going on? It came so it okay, but the interview already started. All right. Hold on. Maybe it's a little okay. So I'm a lot. Hold on. I might just share my screen just a little bit, but I can't. Okay. So it says just end the first segment. The next part is coming on at the 8 o'clock hour. Okay. All right. Pam's entertainment. All right. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Con Rabbit. Good morning. Good morning. I'm showing all of y'all. Well, since I'm in here, yeah, we was cutting up, and we gon' like I said tonight. We most definitely gonna get in here tonight. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Mika G. Good morning, Winter. Robin D. B. Smith. She Reigns Beauty. Robin D. They already ran about 10 minutes of it. Okay, so so when I went to go check, and I'm gonna I'm gonna just share real quick. Like I said, I can't share too much because it is but I'm gonna just show you. This is where I'm at as far as GMA. So that's where I'm at. Um, for my local listeners, it was 7 o'clock Central Time. So that's why I came on. That's why I set it up for 7 o'clock Central Time. We got Dr. Hines up in here. What's going on?
How you doing?
Good, good. Hold on. Let me change this aspect real quick. And I know Dan's going to be coming in too.
In court, prosecutors pointed
So,
Oh,
so are you or so, okay? So for me, Good Morning America comes on at 7 o'clock in the morning for me.
okay.
Yeah. So which is 7 o'clock is 7:05 here Central Time in Kansas City for me. Has it already played for you? Because everybody already said they already played 10 minutes of it.
Yeah. So I've seen the first half, just not the other part of where the texts are going to be explained. So I've seen the first part where he does explain, his evidence. I'm not sure if you've seen that part. You haven't seen that at all.
Yeah, I literally like I said when I went to go check my listen so I can match up.
Right.
It said 7:00, and this is live. It only played I'm like no joke. This is and I'm gonna try to share it again. Like I said, I can't share it for too long because I don't want to get in trouble with StreamYard. But this is all I got so far, and this is the first. Like if you look, it's only 5 minutes of 2 hours on this, so maybe it's early for me, you know what I'm saying, or this is what they're showing, at my time zone, but this is where I'm at right now.
Right.
But go ahead. I'm gonna have Danny in here. Danny is gonna come back. I know she said she wanted to record this, but go ahead. And they said they explained everything from court right now, or Dr. Hines, what did you say? How did they do it right now? What did they show?
Right. So the part that I did see, because Danny did see it, Danny's in Eastern, so I believe she saw it. So the part that I did see was they were going through. Jonathan was explaining what he meant in the audio. He was also explaining what would have happened if juxtaposing what would have happened if it was him chasing Grace down the street. Say, I don't want to give too much away because, of course, you're going to watch it. No.
You're
don't
fine.
Mind?
No, you don't.
Okay.
You don't. I mean, you're fine because I can't. I'm only going to be on here until 8:15 my time, so about an hour and 15 minutes.
Right.
For my time because I have to go drop my kids off at school. So
right.
All
right.
So go ahead.
I'll just let it rip then. Let it rip.
Yeah, you're good.
All right.
You're
so
good.
basically he sat down for the interview. He was asked why he decided to do it now. He said it was the right time to do it now, and he gone on to basically explain his confusion as to the verdict, because he basically explained that the evidence that he had and the prosecution had and all of that, how did they arrive at the conclusion that he did that in the car? He was asked, did he know where the injuries came from? He said he paused for a bit and said, I wish I knew so that I could be at peace with it, and this and that. I'm paraphrasing, but but basically he doesn't know where the injuries came from. He's like, nope, without question, it's not from me. Like
right.
That's without question. So I think that's when they cut away. After that, that's when he was talking about her running down the street, which is what I felt was the most important part.
Exactly.
Because now everyone gets to see the video. Like, so
did they did show the video while he's explaining why he's running down the street?
Right. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. They showed the video. So of course, we all know that was blocked out. The media didn't really report on that during the trial, but everyone has seen it now. With this interview, they've seen him. They're seeing Grace chase after him, and he's like, listen, like if this was a black man chasing after a white woman in the streets of New York, he's getting shot. Like that's not even a question.
So
he's gonna get shot.
So he's explaining this. He's explaining himself on why, this is the way it is right now. So if I was doing this is what will happen. She does this, and it's all good. And that's well, go ahead. Maybe I'm not understanding.
No, you're fine. Like
Mm.
that's what we are all thinking he would say. But in the interview, he did not say that. He did not even blame Grace or say it would have been like this if but because he didn't but because I'm the black man or whatever, but because it happened to a man, you know, then of course no one is gonna look at her. That's what I liked about this, because he did not actually make that point. He didn't victimize himself, so to speak. He just basically said, look, listen, the reality is, if you're watching that and it's, you know, it's me chasing her, so like, you know, without him saying him chasing her, if you're watching that, it's going to be a different story. So he's basically saying, and you know, putting the attention back on the video and saying, listen, why are we kidding ourselves? Like, I like, how am I the aggressor in this? Because that was the context. He was basically saying, how did the jury arrive at this when you see the evidence that came out from prosecution, from himself, and you know, when you look at that, how could I be responsible for those injuries when all I was trying to do was get away? Because if it was her, then we wouldn't have a question. Like,
Exactly.
I would be guilty. I would be guilty 100%, but it's not her. I was the one de-escalating. I was the one running away. So that's what I saw in, you know, that's the way I interpreted what he was trying to say in that portion of the interview. He went on to, of course, explain the audio, and he basically said he was just giving an analogy,
like a normal human being would. Like a normal human being would.
Like, and the crazy thing is, as many times as I heard it, when I heard it this time, because you know, he says, I'm a great man doing great things. Then he says, that's the position that I'm in.
Right.
So he qualifies that by saying, you know, I'm not saying I'm a great man right this minute. I'm in that position to be a great man. So, and I only heard that when he said, you know, during that interview that, you know, this is what, you know, I'm the stage is being set for that. And then I was like, oh shoot, he did say that in the so it's just like, okay, y'all doing too much. Dre, I just emailed you. It was 6 minutes long, so I couldn't attach it. So I had to create a link. It was just a whole big thing. But
so for me, okay. So because for me, Good Morning America comes on 7 o'clock Central Time for me. So Good Morning America just started.
See it.
So if you down, like I can share, but if I share it on here, I could get in trouble with StreamYard because we're sharing. So I don't want to get any, you know, any copyright or anything like that. So I can be able to play the audio from I can literally play the audio from my side to hear it, and y'all won't be able to hear it, just so I can kind of hear what's going on. I'm only going to be on here until 7:15. So if someone else starts the stream, I could be able to shoot everybody that's in this chat over to you guys' stream to keep going. But I will be back at 6 o'clock to do, 6 o'clock Central Time to do the Hulu stream. You know what I mean? Okay. So I will be back tonight. So that's why this is part 1, and part 2 is going to be tonight for the whole thing. I want the whole totality, but yes, it literally, Good Morning America just started for me. You know what I mean?
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, so that's why I started.
Like behind.
I'm super behind. Everybody was like, well, I already watched
usually, it. Sometimes they'll, like, for instance, like the Grammys or the Emmys or the Oscars, it'll air here at 8, but it'll air over there at like 6.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? So it's still airing. It's just early.
Got you. Should I watched the video on the GMA website? Okay, so everybody watching on the web. I'm over here trying to link up with the actual thing, and it was like, nah. But it said it came on 6:30 a.m. And here for me on YouTube TV, it was 7 o'clock on ABC.
TV,
it's regular TV. So thank you, Air Conditioner, for the 48.9 super chat. I really appreciate it. I was trying to see if you had a comment Erica, which yours, but I don't see your comment. You said, how can I watch it on Hulu? You do have to sign up for Hulu. I know everybody was getting rid of their stuff. They was boycotting Disney, Hulu, all it. Yeah, I gotta go. But like, oh snap, I gotta get it back. That's how they seen that boycott and was like, I
but they still let you finish out your month because mine is still canceled. I canceled it the day of the verdict, but I still have until the 18th of this month. So if I don't hear any good news by the 18th, it's going to be done.
Oh, okay, I got you. Thank you so much, Erica. Appreciate the support. Again, I'm gonna just show you. Literally, this is what regular TV got me watching right now. Like I said, this is going on my second screen, so I can see here. And soon as they start talking about Jonathan Majors, I will kind of listen on my side and kind of have y'all do y'all thing, and everything. But yeah, I wish I could just pull it up and just stream it. But again, I don't want to get in trouble with StreamYard, so that's the only reason why I'm not posting it. But from Danny, from what you saw so far, I got Dr. Hines. What was your thoughts on the interview so far? I mean, you've been covering this thing from the trial to now we're on the interview, and then somebody said he did file his appeal. So they said that on here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So what are your thoughts so far on the interview?
So right now they're airing the second half, but the good thing is I can rewind it, so I'm good. I'm cool. I'm good because you know me. I'm the type. I'm a hold it down. I'm not backpedaling. I said what I said. I feel how I feel. You're not going to sit here and bust me down to get me to say something that you think is going to sound good. Mm-hmm. So I'm positive we're going to get a lot of feedback that he won't admit that he did. So he's my kind of guy. Because see, I'm petty all day, every day. So when she asked him about Grace's injuries and if he felt responsible for that, my guy backpedaled all the way to the first day they met. He's like, the only thing I'm responsible for is being in that car.
Yeah. I love that response as well. I
shouldn't have been in a relationship. I should have just broke up with her ass when I had a chance.
Exactly. Exactly.
I was like, oh God. I was like, I hope he's watching us. He must have took a page out of my playbook because that's exactly the kind of shit I would do.
Hey, wait a minute, Daddy. The way you've been going ham on Cat Williams, I can tell. I wouldn't even try. No, I'm just leading the relationship. You're not about to beat me.
I don't know how people let that man sit there and clown him. He would be crying and in permanent therapy if he got with me because I would tear him down to his toenail. That's why I'm just like, I don't know why people scared of him. He's not funny. He's not intimidating. But anyway, back to Jonathan. I'm positive you're going to, and it's probably happening now because I haven't been following Twitter, but I'm positive. And I rewound it a few times. Hines saw that. I kept rewinding it in case people were coming in. And I feel like that's going to be the bone of contention for a lot of people. He went back and was like, the only thing he's responsible for is not breaking up with her. Why couldn't he just say da-da-da-da-da? That was arrogant. No, that's real.
That's real. No, that's real.
That's real. Look. That's the part he's accountable for. Like he said, I should have just ended it. I should have told her I wanted to be with somebody else, and I didn't. That's my part in this problem.
That's my bad.
Absolutely.
The only thing that kind of gave me a little bit of pause was when she asked him how he thought Grace sustained her injuries, and he kind of paused. I think he should have just hurried up and said, I don't know, and just moved on to the next question.
But do you think even if he would have said, I don't know, like I don't know.
But he still said, I don't know. He just paused for a few seconds. So, that gives people...
people like, he's thinking about it.
To where I would change my opinion. But, anybody looking for something would be like, well, why did he pause? Was he going to say he thought how it happened? Or is he thinking about his next thing? Everybody's going to try to pick apart the whole thing.
They try to spin on it.
Right. So I feel like the answer should have been instant. Nope, don't know. Next question.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Personally, Danny, I actually don't disagree with you on that one. I personally think he was in a lose-lose situation regardless of what he chose to do. I personally looking at it, I personally think the way he handled it, to me anyway, shows that he took it seriously. He took the question seriously, and he was actually giving it some thought. Anyone who looks at it and be like, "Oh, he's guilty from that," I'm like, no. Like, if you wanna, put the fact that he's guilty or whatever, then a quick dismissal would have cemented the idea. But to me, I'm watching that and I'm thinking, he's probably thinking in his head, did I do that when I was putting her back in the car? Did I do that when I was trying to push her? There's so many things that's going on, and the way he brought it all back to basically say, what did he say again in regards to he basically said, I wish I knew so that I can have closure myself. To me, that speaks volumes, because that to me is like, how did she get this? Because you gotta remember, he found her in this apartment, like dangling dead on the floor, really, and he's not even thinking she's injured or anything like that. So what I'm seeing here is basically, I'm back in my apartment. I didn't even know that she had these injuries. I'm the one that had the injuries. So, but I didn't think that she had until the police told me. So at that point, like, based on what he said, if I was to read his mind, or if I had the ability, I wouldn't be surprised if he came up with the answers of, look, listen, I was mystified to learn from the police that she had injuries to her ear, that she had injuries to her arm. I really don't know, because that would put me at ease if I knew how we came, because I didn't do that. I was just trying to put her back into the car. That's it. And when I did that successfully, and she still wouldn't let me go, I tried to de-escalate and walk her off to the thing, and then I ran out. Like, I don't know how I could have gave her those, like that's how I'm seeing it. But maybe, and I feel like he probably had a feeling that if he tried to explain, people would think, oh, he's actually not taking accountability. He's actually not doing this. He's just trying to go back and relitigate all these things. So to me, I think he did the best move he could, which was to basically say, I wish I knew. Because if you look at it yourself, there is no way. We all wish we knew how she got it, because no one knows. How do you get those injuries from being,
well, we know
put into a car from the escalation? Sorry, go on.
We know, Hines. We already have a very strong feeling as to how those injuries occurred. But he can't say that. I'm sure he knows. He probably been like, if she wasn't pulling my damn jacket, she probably wouldn't have hurt her finger. Because, see, that's what I would have said.
Or she wasn't drunk. Or you going to the club,
I'll be right back. One second.
If she didn't scratch me in the face,
exactly.
or scratch my arm.
Because those are...
See, we already know. We know.
Exactly.
We've all been in fights as kids, some teenagers, some of us still fighting as adults.
Mm-hmm.
You know how you sustain certain injuries when you're either in a domestic fight or a street fight.
Exactly.
So there's no question. Jonathan said in many interviews he would fight a lot in school. Some he lost, some he didn't lose. So we know how we sustain a busted lip, a scratch on the face, a scratch on the arm, broken finger, whatever.
We have a generalization what we did.
Right. So he can't say that. I feel like it was right. The second part just finished airing.
I haven't even got that part yet. Because
I think here it's going to start soon, Dre, because it came around 8:35, 8:40-ish.
Gotcha.
My time, so to be your time,
7:30-ish,
7:40-ish, and then the second part came a little earlier because when I looked up, I was surprised to see it was already playing. So probably about 15 after the next hour, it'll come in for the second part. but I can rewind it back because I'm using YouTube TV. So what?
Yeah, and that's what I'm on right now. I'm on YouTube TV, but I'm on my local station. So I went to go look it up. My local station was like, Good Morning America comes on at 7 o'clock Central Time. So that's why I started to stream at 7 o'clock. So I could be able to catch it right when it's coming on my TV. And they haven't even got to that part yet. They did the whole commercial saying it's coming, but it hasn't came to that part yet. But
so
that's
about maybe 2 minutes in after that commercial break, it's going to jump to her. They're going to say something about the Emmys or whatever the hell came on last night, and then jump to her. But hey, Kat.
What's going on, Kat?
Yeah, so once we're off this, I'm just going to rewind it back and see because he looked like he started crying in that second part. So I'm curious to see what everybody has to say about that. I'm behind now because I'm
right, because you're on the live stream. So we talked about this last night. I really wish you was in last night, Danny. We clowned. We was on here for 3 hours.
Oh wow, dang! I missed it because you know what? I wasn't. What time did it start?
I just went on for a chat. I was just doing a chat at 10 o'clock Central Time, so it was 11 o'clock. See, that's why I say you're live again. Yes, I'm still live. Suntos. I literally took a cat nap to get back up again. But what we talked about last night was our biggest thing. Yeah, Mika, she dressed me. Tina was in here. Pam, we were always in here. But our biggest thing was this interview going to make him look bad? Because I said now I would take this, what he needs to do, to save face. I will admit that I'm a cheater, but I ain't no woman beater. You know what I mean? I said I take I said I'll take a page out of the movie The Devil's Advocate. When Craig T. Nelson's character was like, I wasn't having sex with my secretary. Yeah, you was. Because if you was having sex with your secretary, you wasn't out here killing your wife. You know what I mean? Yeah, I was out here with Cleo. Yeah, I was out here texting Cleopatra, but I don't know how she got that. Yeah, I did that. I'm a toxic boyfriend. Yeah, but I ain't no woman beater. You know what I mean? And keep it like that. You know what I mean?
And that's literally, you have to choose the lesser of two evils. No, who's out here? I mean, other than side chicks promoting cheating, but at the end of the day, you can't go to jail for being a cheater.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? And you're more likely to be forgiven for cheating than killing somebody or beating somebody up.
Exactly. Hold on,
and
guys,
also,
I gotta take a phone call real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay.
No worries. I was just going to add, it's actually very good that he did admit the cheating, because, and also it's also very good that he did not say, oh, Grace also said that I didn't physically abuse her or anything like that. He just said, I've never done it. I've never physically abused her. And that was it. Because the reason why I'm highlighting all of this is because it's a great sign when you don't do that, because it means that you're not trying to convince anyone, that you know what the truth is, and all you're speaking is the truth. Because someone who is likely lying or likely trying to hide, what has actually happened would say, she did this, she admitted to doing this. This was, this, that, rather than just focus on what it was for him or her. So when I look at that, I'm like, yep, great. He said it. He was never physically abusive. There's no evidence to even suggest he was physically abusive, not even in the car. And I'm glad as well that the interviewer actually said that Grace said that you hit her in the face and you did all those things. And, and when you look at the size of Jonathan, if he did this, you would have seen pictures with black eye, everything. You would have. No doubt. This is like
exactly. It's common sense. It's common sense, and that's why I said I'm happy that he stood his ground. He didn't feel the need to qualify anything or grovel. Or I'm positive he says he doesn't have social media. Yeah, I don't either. When I don't want nobody to know who I am. You understand what I'm saying? Everybody has a burner account that they use and that's fine, and he's entitled to that, because I personally, if I was a celebrity, I would either do that or I would disable comments. Because see, me, I can't put up with all that craziness in my comments. I said that as much on my last YouTube that I did this weekend. I can't do it because I will curse you out. So, you know, I'm positive that he's, you know, watching and listening and seeing, and as he should be, because you have to check the temperature in the room. You know what I mean? You have to know what you're up against. And he should know that the majority of America is on his side. You have a handful of, you know, outliers that, you know, just want to be strong and wrong. A lot of those toxic feminists that no matter how much evidence you put, Jesus Christ can come down himself and tell you that this is what happened, and they'll still not, not agree. So it's, you know, those people you just have to just ignore or curse out. One of the two, depending on what you got energy for. But you know, he knows he has, especially us. And then, you know, of course, you have some, you know, white allies that are going hard for him, like Kat and, you know, countless others. Is her name Liana, the redhead lady?
The legal
that are not black people, but in reality, his fan base and his audience is us, and we're the ones that's going to be buying those tickets, you know, above and beyond Marvel, because Marvel's everybody, but he's not just doing Marvel, you know. So you know, I'm here for it. I feel like he did what he had to do. Again, I'm positive. I'm calling it out now. I'm positive that a lot of the conversation is going to be around that fact that he basically went back to the day he was conceived to say why he wasn't responsible for her injuries. And I'm not mad at that, because that's literally what it boils down to. And I said as much as far as when I said, remember I said he tried to get rid of her.
Oh, here we go. For me.
March 25th.
Hold on. This is for me. I'm gonna take the next sea plunge. Let's go. I'm gonna just take the next sea plunge. This is for me. This is what they're going now.
One for you. Okay, this is the first segment.
I told you, time isn't what you think.
Less than a year ago, the name Jonathan Majors was followed by talk of critical and box office success, skyrocketing fame, even Oscar buzz.
I'm coming for everything.
But this morning, a different conversation surrounds that marquee name.
Something about sitting here right now and looking at you and understanding the gravity of the situation. A situation that I, in many ways, you know, put myself in.
The actor spoke exclusively with ABC News for the first time after being convicted in late December for harassment and misdemeanor reckless assault in the 3rd degree, which could carry a penalty of up to a year behind bars.
Why did you decide you wanted to talk now?
I felt like it was time. A lot has happened in my personal life, in my career, in the culture. It's about responsibility and coming forward and being brave and giving my part of the story.
Your reaction to that verdict?
Shock. I was absolutely shocked. And afraid. I'm standing there, and the verdict comes down. I say, how is that possible? Based off the evidence, based off the prosecution's evidence, let alone our evidence. How is that possible?
But after only hours of deliberation, a jury of his peers agreed with prosecutors that he did physically injure his then girlfriend, Grace Jabari, in an incident last March.
What happened exactly? Do you know?
No, I don't know. She went conscious.
That 911 call from Majors came hours after an argument broke out with Jabari in the backseat of an SUV. When Majors received a text from another woman saying, "Oh, how I wish to be kissing you." Jabari testified that when she grabbed the phone, Majors tried to get it back, fracturing her finger and giving her a cut behind her ear.
She says inside the car, you hit her in the face, twist her arm behind her back, fracture her middle finger.
Yeah, that did not happen.
How did those injuries come about?
Films like The Last Black Man in San Francisco, Majors wants red hot.
I wish to God I knew.
At a standstill.
That would give clarity. That would give me some type of peace about it.
prominent character.
But you're confident you didn't cause
I have no question.
Surveillance
Yeah.
video shows
Yeah,
Majors getting out of the car.
You know what? That's what I was saying earlier. I have no
Then
question.
puts back inside the vehicle. What happens next is what the defense remains focused on. Majors runs off, and Jabari chases after him.
If you watch those videos and you reverse that, and you saw a black man chasing a young white girl down the street, screaming and crying, that man is going to be shot and killed in the streets of New York City.
Tell him,
Major's
Jonathan.
defense team shared these
Oh,
photos,
wow.
which he
They
says
went
show
there.
the injuries he received that night, which were deemed inadmissible in court.
How were you injured?
My injuries were a scratch on my hand, from clawing for the phone, and I had a gash on my, at the time I had a beard. Under my beard, I had essentially a fingernail scratch on my cheek from pressure, and that bled overnight.
But prosecutors say Majors was the aggressor. District Attorney Alvin Bragg says the evidence presented throughout this trial illustrated a cycle of psychological and emotional abuse. In court, prosecutors
I don't use the C word,
argument
but he's
in
a
which he
flipping
knocked a candle to the
moon. He's a moon. He's a moon, all right?
Lost my temper in that moment and threw it all on the ground. That's not something I would want my child to do, and I did that. I absolutely did that, and felt terrible about it.
The prosecution also played audio Jabari had recorded earlier in the relationship where Majors encouraged her to act more like Coretta Scott King and Michelle Obama.
I'm a great man, a great man.
Speak on a king.
Great things, not just for me, but for my culture and for the world. That is actually the position I'm in. The woman that supports me needs to be a great woman.
There are some who question, especially in the Black community, as you're probably well aware, that people were saying, well, why was he telling this woman to be like Coretta Scott King and Michelle Obama?
It was me trying to give an analogy of what it is I'm aspiring to be.
Yeah. I don't know how everyone lost their mind during the trial. I'm being honest.
Martin,
because she
President
Obama, Barbara Bush and Nancy
and trying
Reagan.
to give a reference point to that. One of the things I also say is I need her, in that case, Grace, to make the same sacrifices that I am making.
In a statement to ABC News, an attorney for Jabari said in part, it is not at all surprising that Mr. Majors continues to take no accountability for his actions, adding the timing of these new statements.
Oh, by the way, Grace Jabari went private.
I bet she did go private.
Do you feel you're not responsible for her injuries at all?
I shouldn't have been in the car. I shouldn't have stepped out of the relationship. I shouldn't have been in the relationship. If I'm not in the car, none of this is happening. If I leave the relationship, none of this is happening. If I'm man enough or brave enough to say,
tell him, Jonathan,
I want to see somebody else.
Exactly. There it is.
I'm done now.
There it is.
I'm not in that car.
There it is.
We're not here. I'm responsible for those things.
But none of her injuries.
I can't say that. None of her injuries.
Sentencing is less than a month away.
I dare. Remember those feminists that you were talking about, Danny? I dare them to say something like, "Oh, I wish they got a white interviewer to do this interview so that I wish they go down this route and say that it's a not blackwashing, but you know what I'm trying to say. It's like
and I think too somebody's going to bring up the fact that even though all of us have said it and it's quite obvious in common sense and it's proven over and over again, the fact that he said that if he was a black guy chasing this little white girl, he's making it it's always been a
racial thing. It's always been a racial thing.
But he's not wrong.
It couldn't be.
But like you know what? I actually do wish because I'm the type of person to avoid all of those, not avoid, but like get ahead of the conversation. I would have, if I was in issues, I would have been like, imagine a white man chasing her. Like, imagine a white Texas white man chasing her. Like, he would have got shot. Like, without even putting, like, because I know they're not going to go to say, oh, he's playing a race card, this and that. If that was the case, that would have literally, shut them up. But that's what I would have said. That's what I said. There's nothing wrong with what he said.
There's absolutely nothing.
Nothing wrong at all. But in the current climate that we're living in, however, in the current climate that we're living in, what Danny said might actually happen. They will say he using the race card, he's doing this, and I really wish they would. I wish they would, because at this point, what are you trying to say? Like, so like you can't have these conversations if you are with a white girl or something. You can't discuss this at all. You can't highlight these dynamics because you're dating someone that isn't of your race. Like, what are you actually trying to say right now? Like, that's. I wish they would. It's what I'm trying to say.
They don't know what they're trying to say. That's the problem. It's a major case of cognitive dissonance. Like, you say one thing, but then you do something else, or you say you believe one thing, or your philosophy is one thing, but then your behavior is indicating something else. So it's like and we have a big problem with that as Black people, especially American Blacks. Huge problem with that, where you could be a side chick, but if your boyfriend cheat, it's a problem. Like, I'm confused.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
It's like a lot of conflicting mindsets and thought processes that frustrate the hell out of me. But again, you know me, I can get on a soapbox. But that whole thing with the Coretta thing, I'm like, it's behavior. It has nothing to do with using 2 Black women as an example. He's a Black man. What other point of reference would he have?
Exactly.
Unless he was a whitewashed Black man and idolized white women. But I mean, most Black kids, those are who they know as being, upwardly mobile, high class Black women.
Check the private chat real quick. Danny or Pam, if y'all cool with that, you know what I'm saying? I'll be back. But this is so good that I don't want to leave, but my kids got to go to school.
Do your thing, great man. Do your thing, man.
It's Major's Monday. It's a federal holiday.
Exactly. I would have been like, they've been off of school. They've been off of school for a holiday anyway, so they need to go back to bed. Go back to school.
Here they don't make them go back today because it's a day, so they go back tomorrow.
So what I'm getting out of this interview, for one, shout out to Everything Always. Shout out to them. It's a big YouTube channel, over 1 million subscribers. They pointed something out that we've all been saying, but I'm glad they did. This looks like Disney Marvel, because Disney does own ABC and they own Marvel, and they're gonna own everything in a minute. He pointed out that this seems like the type of interview to get everyone comfortable. So when they announce Jonathan Majors coming back in the movies, or we're going to introduce Magazine Dreams, here we go. In the way that, just me listening to that small part, this looks like they set everything up for him not to fail. You know what I mean? She didn't ask a question where it seemed uncomfortable. Like, the whole time I'm listening, I love her posture. I love the way she delivered the question, because for one, it's not like, so what happened with the Coretta thing, huh? So you just gonna put, it wasn't condescending. It was like, tell me what happened. You know what I mean? In the way that he, of course this is edited, which is great. And if y'all don't understand why it's great that it's edited, it's not live, just in case he would have slipped, they would have had a sound bite. So to get rid of all the sound bites, you edit it, you show it now. This is where we're going. I think this is perfect way to show, hey, this guy, it's not all what you think about. We're going to bring this guy back. Here's his rehabilitation tour. What do you guys think? Are y'all seeing that? Because I'm definitely seeing that.
Right. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I've done business. I'm a business graduate. So 10 years ago, but no, not 10, 8 years ago. But the point I wanted to make is, in regards to what Disney owns and what, like, as you put Magazine Dreams, Marvel, etc., they have invested in this guy. Oh yeah. So of course, exactly. So of course, they want to see through that investment, and in my opinion, it's not like you are trying to rehabilitate Harvey Weinstein, for example. You're trying to to rehabilitate someone who your competition, because they don't own the Rolling Stone, they don't own People Magazine, all of those things. Maybe they do. I actually don't know who they own, or like, you know. But the point I'm trying to say is the people that were speaking during the trial, I have a strong feeling those were his competition, like, you know, their competition. So they done the whole blackout again, and I now keep saying this. Publications like the Daily Mail and TMZ, who has no allegiance to all of this, were the only ones that was pushing this out. If it was Disney, it would be in their best interest to push this out from there, so that when it's brought back now, you're like, okay, I've seen it before. I don't think that was credible. But of course, this was the other side pushing whatever they were pushing. And again,
hold up, my bad, Dr. Hans. Let me just explain this. The way fair use goes, if you don't like it, you don't need to be on this stream, because you don't pay my StreamYard, and you can shut the hell up. And my admins will make sure if you don't like what's going on, you can get up out of here. Go ahead, Dr. Hans.
Yeah. So my train of thought, right? So the stakeholders, like. Point is, those were these competitions. Like, they have their own interest to pull out, to push out there, whatever it might be. I don't know what it is, but what I do know is they were not affiliated by, you know, with Disney. So whatever they had to say to make him look bad as a villain or whatever at the time, they did that. Now Disney is like, okay, cool. This is our, to put it bluntly, product. We invested in this. Now we're gonna show everything. And again, like I said, they're not hiding from anything. You seen them show the pictures of her injuries. You seen them show the pictures of her finger. You seen them talk about the verdicts. Like, you know, they didn't even go into the technicalities of the verdict, or saying, oh, this wasn't intentional. They know all of that. They know what they have been. They know what's been going on in the you know, during the trial. They said you were, you know, convicted of this. They didn't hide away. The beauty of this interview is they have crafted it in a way that makes them look neutral. And I believe it doesn't.
I like it. You said that
it really was neutral. Like, you can't watch this and go away thinking this is a pro Jonathan Majors ad, this is a pro Disney ad. It's not. Because end of the day, they haven't tried to bury the verdict. They have confronted it head on, and they've asked him, "What do you think?" And he's like, "You saw the evidence.
Exactly.
How they arrive at this is beyond me. I myself, I'm trying to figure out what's going on here, how she got those injuries, and already I'm being told it was me that caused it. You know, that's how I'm interpreting it. So the point I'm trying to make is they have done everything that they needed to do in this interview to basically do what the guy said on Everything Always, which was get everyone comfortable to him. Because end of the day, when you look at that interview, there is no way you come away thinking that Grace was the victim in all this. Because she wasn't. I mean, the truth, no matter what, you can't spin the truth. Like, it's just right there. There is no way that was the case, in my opinion. And I'm glad that Disney did not push out and make it hate Grace, hate Grace, hate Grace, hate Grace. They just like, nope, let him speak. And I'm happy that Jonathan did not go down that route of hate Grace, because again, it would have backfired so much. Because again, he's a man and she's a woman. He just would have, like, so yeah, like, yeah, that's my opinion on all that. I'll get myself back.
Yeah, no, you're okay. You're okay. Make sure you guys get the likes up, because we have not only are we streaming here, they're streaming on Pam Entertainment TV and on Danny's. Danny Does This and That. So if you guys could please get the likes up, that'd be really appreciative. We're up early in the morning. I got literally about an hour of sleep so I could get up just to show you guys that risk my stream so I could be able to show you guys is the best thing you could do besides criticize. It's at least like the damn video. No, so let's get the likes up.
and I'm glad that you brought up that fair use. I'm glad you brought it up because people don't actually realize you can't actually just run it and then just look at it. And no, you need to
you got to at least speak through it. You got to do something to alter the video. Commentary. Yes, exactly. Right. So we can use it as commentary. You know what I mean? Or you will get shut down. But you know, is that Jimmy in here?
Ooh,
what's going on, Jimmy? Oh, okay. Is that the Jimmy from that came to the courts?
Yeah, I think. Let me double check the handle.
Is Jimmy U?
He commented. Jimmy what?
Jimmy U?
I think so. Yeah, if I see the little icon correctly, it looks like it. Yeah.
I ain't got my glasses on this one. Go ahead, Pam.
I like the fact. I like the fact of the accountability about the relationship. If I was smart enough, if I was brave enough, I would have left that relationship because, you know, even Grace was talking, you know, in her roundabout way, you know, well, you know, things would be good and then they wouldn't be. And then I like he did that. I like that he talked about the Coretta Scott King comment, you know, made sure that you understood he's coming from his point of view. Coretta and all those are great women, but he's coming from his point of view. From the evidence, I think the thing that if I'm looking at the appeal, and I don't know if this is an appealable thing, but I think the judge allowing all of this background information, this background stuff, when you could have just basically said, hey, these two people were in a relationship, then this incident happened, but all of this background information, because that Coretta Scott King tape, I really don't think should have gotten in there for because it didn't make any sense.
Because it didn't hold any weight or context to what happened on March 25th. Let's be real.
Well, it did one thing it said about her being drunk. You know, you come in here drunk with somebody else, so that was a context.
well, yeah. Well, yeah, I can see that. But see, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Danny.
No, I mean it is. It's one of the main. I think that's one of the main things they have to appeal on because it was unduly prejudicial. The whole everything before March 25th that was testified to was unduly prejudicial. We know that. So he's definitely gonna. That's one that I think that's the one they should focus on. But they definitely should be throwing everything that they can think of that's appealable.
Is suppressing the cop that arrests Grace. Not talking about that information. She still was arrested. I don't see why that information couldn't have come in fuller. We should have got the full information because you remember there was a Rolex watch that's missing, and you remember there was an iPhone missing and some other items that totaled a good amount of money. Yeah, so that should have been mentioned. It's just like she got away with grand larceny.
Yeah, and she admitted on the stand that she still had the phone. Because they asked her, they was like, "Well, where's the phone? Do you still?" And she still had as of that day. Now I don't know if they made her turn it in once she testified that she still had it, but as of that day of testimony, she still had the phone. They didn't ask her about the watch.
This is so sad, man. This is so sad. I don't like for you to have your stuff stolen from you, for you to have this girl claim suicide, and you're worried that she won't actually die. And then call the police and all that, and then it turns out that you're the one that's being punished. It's so weird to me, and I don't care what anyone says. This split verdict is very inconsistent. It
is very. But check Cat's comment right there tells you exactly what you need to know. They came in and said, hey, we're going to give this information. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And then then you go to court and be like, nope, you can't do that. But we're going to allow her to get this part in because you open up the door. But when we bring in Detective Mejia and we bring in our evidence, oh, nah, you can't talk about that. Or you can't talk about her arrest. It is so one-sided. And I'm glad that in this interview, if you notice slightly when he says, well, I don't, with all the evidence, with the prosecution evidence, I don't know how this got to this. He's putting it back on DA Braggs. And what they could start doing, which you probably will start seeing, is everybody go after DA Braggs now because of what happened with Adam Foss. Now you're like, okay, this whole Jonathan Majors thing was a big waste of everybody's money. Now you also have Kevin Porter Jr. that Roland Martin is, and his team is still, working on right now. And this all goes to what is DA Braggs in his office really doing? So if you're starting to see, I know his attorney wants to go after Alvin Bragg so bad, this is going to be that start of that paper trail.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. I was about to speak on in regards to the weight. I don't know the word for it, but in regards to the balancing of this case, because again, that background information, unless there was something in there to say he physically assaulted in the past, but it wasn't, prosecuted, anything like that, then of course go into the background. I still don't know what it established. Were they trying to argue? And again, this could be my memory failing me. Were they trying to argue that it was a toxic relationship to begin with, and Jonathan and she was living in fear? Was that the argument for them to even go into the background?
I'm not sure.
Danny, sorry, I should have.
Oh damn! What?
My bad. No, that's my bad. I should have actually labeled who that was too. Yes, sorry, Danny. Yeah, the question goes to you. Like, did they establish why they were going into this background? Like, was it to show the toxicity of their relationship, or were they
the judge just said this is for background knowledge. He didn't say, but he clarified. He says for background knowledge, but not to establish propensity for or predisposition to commit the crime that he's currently being tried for.
That doesn't make sense then. Then why allow it?
But he also said something along the lines of, this is not evidence, but if you want to consider it in your deliberations, you can. But they can't say, oh, can you replay that? Because it wasn't evidence.
Exactly.
So basically, it was up to them to remember everything up until the actual evidence.
That's so, because I do remember that they got to that position because Grace was being asked, why would you not talk to the police? Why would you not talk to the police, etc.? So they brought that in there. But again, I don't see why you would need to bring that in there if you did talk to the police, because it didn't come out of nowhere that the choking was being charged on the day. I mean, this is so. Maybe it depends on how Priya and the team actually argues this, but I think you could have got the same answer from just going into the audio, because she did talk to the police. She did do all those things. And I think maybe I'm wrong, but I think that was the defense strategy, to go down that way so that they can get this part of the evidence in, the audio that they left out. They could get that in and say, listen, you were saying that you didn't talk to the police, you didn't talk to the police, but you did on this when they were there. So I say all that to say, if they went into the background because she wasn't going to talk to the police, it doesn't make sense when the audio already proved that she did talk to the police. I don't know what they're proving for in the background. It's already proven why she didn't want to talk to the police in the audio. She said, I don't want to get Majors in trouble. I don't know why do you need to go to the background for then?
If you're going to go for the background information,
you see what I mean?
and you're going to go for text messages and all those other stuff, why didn't we see about them 32 text messages and call above that text, the text thing that they put out, that Priya them put out on the 25th? Why didn't we hear that background? Why couldn't we see her state of mind at that point? Why didn't we see that background information?
Absolutely. Before y'all get there, let me acknowledge Michael Parker's as this goes to Pam for the $100 super chat. Salute to you, Pam, and the panel for being on the front lines of defending Jonathan Majors and pointing out the obvious double standards in the American judicial system. There is still a lot of work to be done to get Jonathan Majors reinstated as Kane. Salute and peace. So thank you for the $100 super chat. That goes straight to Pam. That is amazing.
Oh, it goes to me?
Oh, that's to you.
That Mike will be dropping them bags in them chats.
Man. This is so I'm gonna play this, but this is for you. So thank you, Michael, for the $100 super chat. That is going to Pam, and I just didn't want to just keep having that on there. To like, okay, I think we want to acknowledge, that $100 super chat. So that goes straight to Pam. So shout out to Michael for that one.
Shout out to you.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's amazing. So thank you.
That's
But
amazing.
you go ahead, guys. Keep up the conversation. I'm so sorry. I just wanted to acknowledge.
You're very selective of this quote unquote background information, because a lot of that stuff, it's like they were crafting the bad guy, like a Frankenstein. We're going to put this little information here, but we're not going to talk about this. See, we're going to talk about you on the Heath. And he took he did the earphones like this, like you're not listening to me. But we're not talking about the fact that this is all about the fact that you came home drunk with somebody else and he was sick of your stuff, and you're going back and forth and back and forth. And when she said that, and everything got to be lovely. And then I always think about Danny. Yeah, she was laying on that floor because she thought he was gonna come in and get that yeah. And then you see all of these yeah, because she wasn't expecting that. And I lost my train of thought. She wasn't expecting all those people to be in there, because then when you see her get to the because even before she realized somebody was there, when he pulled the thing up, she was moving like she saw him, and then all of a sudden when she sees the men come in, she's like,
yeah, Andy's coming.
She wasn't stiff. He came up and went back down. He came up and went back down. I was like, okay, I don't understand.
I don't know. I still don't for the life of me figure out how on earth she not only took the pictures and sent them to Holly beforehand, but why she was on the stand. And I'm going back on reports, not really the transcript, because I haven't read Grace Jabari's transcripts yet, but I'm still baffled how she was going back and forth and arguing that she passed out on the bathroom floor, but she was found in the closet. I don't know what she was trying to establish there, because I don't know how someone, and I'm perplexed here because I don't know how someone as a juror is saying they're hearing all of these things and be like, yeah, Jonathan did that. Yep. He definitely assaulted. Like, this is why I'm going back to what I said earlier in regards to this being an inconsistent verdict, because like, aside from proving who caused the injury and wanting to focus on the car, etc., there is no way you can say it was reckless, but then it was intentional harassment. Like, they're both, that to me, like, if you're gonna go on the reckless, fine, but why the guilty for assault? For harassment then? I know it's equivalent to a traffic violation, etc., but it's still inconsistent because
now you can do harassment here. I mean, like I said, I'm in Kansas City. You can literally look at somebody crazy and they will call it harassment. So right. It's just something. What they try to do, what these courts try to do, is get you with something. Either if you was a regular guy, you would have took a plea deal. Look, you want to go to jail or you want to go home? You know what I mean? So if I want to go home, you got to take the deal. If you want to go to jail, you want to fight this. Oh, we gonna get you on something. If you lose, there's always a double-edged sword when it comes to this stuff. So that's why it was so much easier to give him the violation for a right, because anybody could get it. You know what I mean? You pay a fine. It's literally the equivalent of a fix-it ticket on your car. If you know what I mean? So you do it, you get out of here, you go home. You know what I mean? So that's why I can see with the what I can see on the harassment, even though it's completely inconsistent. Because again, their whole job was to convict him for something. We get a win if you convict him for something. It doesn't have, it could be the most ridiculous thing that we see, but let's get him for something, and then he'll have to still fight through the courts to be able to get that out. That's kind of how that kind of works in this light.
No, I completely understand where you're coming from. Where I'm coming from is more of the language and the letter of the law, because it's inconsistent in that way. I mean, they're not going. I don't think they're going to look at it in terms of the effects or of the sentencing, because I don't think they're going to look at it like that. So it may be a traffic violation or something like that, but the word intent is still coded in there with harassment. What I'm trying to say is, I don't think they actually understood what they were reading or what they.
I don't think so either. You're right.
Right.
I couldn't follow when you looked at the charges. It was like, if you look at the charges for what the setup was, is by him getting out of the car, putting her back into the car, then trying to get, because remember, they're not talking about the fact that she studied grabbing at him, she studied getting at the phone and everything. They're basically saying, in a nutshell, in order for him not to have been convicted, he should have sat there and let that woman whoop his tail.
Exactly.
He shouldn't have ran. He shouldn't have done anything. It was just that under the way that law to me is crafted, is that the only way that he would have had a not guilty was if he had just sat there and let him just let it happen without. She was supposed to take her phone. She was supposed to be able to go through the phone and he was supposed to not get her phone. The language is confusing because we understand and know about having enough reasonable force to get your property back and to move out of your way. But the language doesn't allow for you to do that. So in other words, it's like if the actions in the way the language is described, he would have had to have gotten out of the car. She was supposed to have been able to beep, 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 fall on his head as he was walking and turning away. And then he would have, and then would have ran. So the language.
I completely agree with you. What I'm saying is they should have picked just one. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. If they were to pick,
you're talking about the jury should have picked just one, or that the prosecution shouldn't have been able to levy all those charges.
That's right. So those are the arguments that So basically, I'm saying that I brought all that in to show you how how can I say incoherent, or like how nonsensical it was to bring all these charges in when you know that it's handicapping the defense. Like there's no way to defend against these charges when you have the jury looking at it. So, moving to the jury, if they really understood what was going on in court, they would have looked at the harassment and be like, okay, cool, we can give him for harassment, but clearly the way it's been explained to us, we can't give him for reckless, because then it's clashing. Because there is a clash, because harassment requires pushing, shoving, all those things, right? The third degree assault, though reckless and not intentional, it still has the same qualifiers or caveat. I don't know what to call it, but exactly. you know what I'm trying to say. You're still pushing all those things, right? So if those two had that, then of course it will go back to the judge and the and the prosecution, and it will go back to the judge and how he explained it to them, which is where the error is. I'm just trying to make the argument. Right. I guess I'm making the argument for the inconsistent verdict, because if it was properly explained to them, it would have been just one. It would have either been harassment, or it would have either been
it would have been either or, is what you're saying.
Right.
Exactly.
But I'm not a lawyer. I don't know, this stuff, but I'm looking at it and I'm like, the language here did not give it was already unfairly stacked against them. It should have,
and that was by design.
It's somebody said, "Welcome to the American judicial system," because that's exactly why this doesn't make sense, because the system doesn't make sense. It's designed for all these pitfalls and traps, so you can be able to have that. Let me get to some of these super chats because I don't want to hold them up. Thank you, Torrent Rain Reloaded, Grace Jabbery, reach back to her hind-footed hyena hoof. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ancestry, and unlocked her inner Miss Ann on Jonathan Majors, and unfortunately it works in her face.
Not Miss Ann.
Oh my God.
Not Miss Ann.
Oh my God. But I thank you so very much for the super chat. Thank you. Let me go ahead and get this for you.
And
at my pad. Oh, thank you so very much for that.
You should definitely include a pimp named Slickback on your.
I got. Oh, it's coming. Trust me, it's coming. Marty Mott. Say it with me. No, see, I don't want Danny on my bad side. Anything he got to do with Cat Williams, I got to stop. I got to make sure
you can't hate that character.
I got to make sure she's cool with it.
A pimp named Slickback is actually a legendary character.
But thank you, Marty Ma, for the $4.99 super sticker. Thank you. I got something for you also. Give me a second. So thank you so very much.
I like how you do this. Give me ideas.
But that is the problem with the American judicial system, that they pile on charges because they throw the kitchen sink at you. In order to make something sick. I think that there should be a law for prosecutors that you have to you're going to have to get the charge that fits thing. You just can't just pile up all these little different charges, because you remember he went in with what, six charges?
Six.
He went
in. And they end up merging two of them, if I'm not correct, right? Or dismissing two.
There were 8 of them. They just
consolidated.
There were 8 charges. They
consolidated.
They dismissed 4.
Dismissed 4. Okay.
Yeah, 4 of them, and then combined. It was, I don't know, man. Regardless, it should have been none of them.
Look, that right here, that's what I was thinking of. Like, everybody's clowning him because he ran. Everybody's clowning him because he picked the girl up and put her back on the car. Just having that girl whoop on him and take his phone would have been career suicide. It would have, because you're like, why you gonna let her beat on you like that?
Yeah, you can't win. Like, you can't let her go. You can't let a girl beat you up. You got beaten up by a girl. It's like, okay, then push her. Oh my God, you pushed a girl? How dare you?
It's like double.
There was no way he was going to win in that situation. It absolutely, and that's why I feel so bad for him, because again. And I try to, funny story here, I actually tried to explain this in a barbershop, and you know how those barbershop conversation goes. It's stupid. It's sometimes stupid, but I did try to explain to them, like, listen, how many bouncers do you see pick up somebody and put them in? It's like, oh, but they can. It's their job. They can do that. I'm like, no, you can't. Like, just because you're working as a bouncer, etc., you cannot use excessive force. Even police are trained to act in a way within the law that they only fight in self-defense. Like, there's a reason why you never see a cop running after somebody, who wasn't, and then grab them and start beating on them and you see them get charged, because again, they're not supposed to do that. I hope you know what I'm trying to say, because they themselves have to act within the law. The only time they only time they go above it is when someone is a danger or a threat, or they're
in the UK. In the UK, here
in the
we
UK, in the UK,
and beating and everything else.
Right.
That's part of the problem. Yeah.
I'm glad you pointed that out. Yes, it is.
In the UK, they don't chase, beat, and drag and
right. In the UK, it is like it's very. What I'm trying to say is that when you're working in that professional capacity, it doesn't change anything. So again, everything Jonathan did was not aggressive. Lifting somebody up who we saw her going at him in the car, like he's coming out of the car. We saw that. She was doing all these things. She got out of the car. He's like, nope, get back in the car. I'm leaving.
Right, leave me alone. He could have been saying countless things. I know if it was me, I'd be like, yo, stay in the car, go home. Like, I'm done. I'm going somewhere else. Go home, stay in the car. Positive that was said at least once. And she decided, nope, I'm going to chase you up the street 3 or 4 different times. So, I mean, it is what it is. I'm just glad, like I said, that he didn't feel the need to try to explain that or try to, appeal to the sensibilities of the people that are being haters and irrational and illogical, because they know that if they were in the same situation, be it same sex or opposite sex, they probably would have done worse. They would not have run, because most of us can't afford to stay at a $600 a night hotel when our girlfriends are acting crazy. So they probably would have done a lot worse, knowing that they didn't have that option or, backup plan. And they would have been right there in Central Booking getting 3 hots in a cot. So, to sit here and play self-righteous and, well, I wouldn't have done that. That's assault. This, that, and the third. Meanwhile, they're doing worse to their kids.
They're doing much worse. Shut up.
They're doing worse to their own kids as we speak. But you're talking about something happening to a grown woman that was the aggressor.
Yeah. I did. Yeah. Did you catch the part about, he found his Coretta?
Yes, I heard it, because I haven't watched that part yet. Because
wait, did he say that
when it aired? But
did he
saw
actually
it.
say that?
And I was like, all right, boo, okay,
yeah,
Plan B, I'm here.
So
and they panned into her, and she's leaning forward, and she's like nodding and everything. Yeah, he said, I found my Coretta.
Okay.
Oh my God! Wait. Danny, remember when you were on my when you were on my stream and we were talking about this, and I asked you, do you think Cleopatra is Megan? And you were like, so it really was Megan then?
I don't think it was. I still don't think it was. Kat, a couple of days ago, I was watching her stream, and she actually went on Priya Sadiani's website, and it lists all her clients. And I never read it. I just looked at her picture to figure out who she was. But Pat actually read the blurb underneath her picture listing all her clients. And there is a client named Cleopatra something. I looked her up. It's a black girl from Australia. So it's very likely it could have been her, only because it makes sense. At the time, me and Priya were friends. Obviously, she had clients. I'm positive he's met some of her clients. I mean, Cleopatra is not a common name. I don't know anybody named Cleopatra. So,
he's worked with the clients. The girl that was in the black girl that was in the magazine Dreams. She's being managed by Priya.
Right, and they were in that same movie. They were in White Boy Rick together. She played his wife. So I'm thinking, I'm quietly confident that it was her, and that's fine. And then if you read the text or read the transcript of the text she sent, it does sound like somebody that speaks with a British accent or an Australian accent, because Americans don't say, I wish to be kissing you. It's, I'd be like, we wouldn't say it that way. It's really proper. So it could have been her. I think it might have been her. I could be wrong. Cleopatra, if you out there, send a tweet, smoke signal, something. But like I said, I don't know anybody named Cleopatra in real life. So
right. So what this is telling me then is he did admit to stepping out. That was in the interview. He did admit to all of that, but of course it wasn't cleared up. That the text wasn't indicative of that. That was different. But what I'm trying to, but the reason why I asked that was because, when then were they gonna break? Like, because I feel like I said this from the beginning, like when they were at the restaurant and all of that, I actually think he broke up with her, or was actually flirting with the idea, but something happened at that restaurant that changed his mind and be like, maybe I could make this work for a bit, and then because I really do feel like she was always suspecting cheating anyway, because of her behavior. She's like, oh, okay, he's gonna find someone better than me. I've got this drinking issue, I'm gonna try and curb it, because again, you gotta look at because I know DA Alvin Bragg loves to talk about pattern of abuse or cycle of abuse. You gotta look at the pattern here. She was in 2002, because again, he said we were only together for like 8 months, which makes sense. They would have got together in July or something like that, or August. That first thing happened in regards in September, when she was coming back from the
first thing happened in June. Well, there was something that happened way in the beginning of the relationship about some dogs. I didn't address it, and neither did the media, because it sounded like utter trash. Like, it made no sense, and I'm surprised the media didn't bring it up, because it was salacious. But the fact that they didn't bring it up just confirmed to me that, it wasn't worth bringing up. But there was something that happened with some dogs, like 2 or 3 months in on their relationship, and she claimed that he yelled in her face, and that
was when he was introducing her to the dogs, and
I'm like, this sounds completely made up.
Yeah, my ex-boyfriend had dogs, and then he supposedly had just bit her head off about mentioning the ex-boyfriend or something like that.
Right, and how she should be embarrassed that she ever dated him, and da. That I didn't, I ignored it. So did the media, because I was like, that sounds made up.
It doesn't make any sense.
It didn't make any sense. It didn't even, and so the actual one that most of us acknowledged was the June festival, the July pub gate when she went to the pub. The June festival. No, the June California incident where he admitted today on that interview that he threw the candle. Then there was the July festival. Then the September.
Okay. This are cemented in that case. This are cemented it, because in that case they probably would have got together around April 2022, May, June, July, 3 months. 6 months would be October. 8 months would be December. So this, in my head, I really do feel they had broken up around December, January time, but she wanted to keep things casual. She wanted to be like, oh, let's not end it right away. Let's do this. Let's do that.
Turned into like one of those friends with benefits type situations.
Right.
It could have very well been that in March. But in her mind, he moved her in, and they planned on getting married.
That's what I think. That's what I 100% think. I think the marriage thing was her fantasy. Like, that's what she wanted. I don't think that's what he even insinuated to her. Like, because again, he said this was 8 months. Like, I know the media was framing as a 2-year relationship. No, I personally think it was maybe their friendship lasted for 2 years, but no, like, based on I kept saying she, because she did say that they were dating for 8 months. It wasn't long, like in her direct. So anyway, Danny, you can correct me if I'm wrong on that one.
Well, she always maintained 2 years. When she got cross-examined by Priya basically whittled it down to 18 months by doing the math on August 2021 to March 2023. So that is about 18 months. Now, in terms of quality time, quality relationship time, it seems like it got whittled down even further to 6 months. So I'm guessing.
Yeah, because I saw that report somewhere, but I know Jonathan didn't say it because he obviously didn't testify.
No, I think I don't know where the 6 months came or 8 months or whatever came from, but I'm thinking they're counting in terms of actual months that they were together and not broken up or going through something, or you know what I mean?
Right.
Whatever.
Yeah, because like I said, I remember reading that. I can't. I think
I did
was.
too. I feel like it was just a couple of days ago, but who knows? But the actual dates were August 2021 until March 25th, 2023. So that's not a year.
He met her in August, right?
Right. That's
Nah. Then if he met her in August, then there's no way. I mean, maybe there's a possibility they just started dating straight away, maybe. But I personally think, based on his personality and everything, I think they probably had a sexual relationship to begin with, and then they got together and made it official in 2022. I don't think he made it official that quickly.
Right. There's no way that they met in August 2021 and he wanted to wife her that day. There's no way.
Right.
I mean, you have like a 3 or 4 month vetting period, and that might have been when that whole dog situation happened.
Yeah.
And then you got, I mean, at least 2 other times prior to March 25th that he was clear in not wanting to be with her. I said that before. I mean, we've all, and I'm older than a lot of most of y'all.
Sorry about that.
We all know when things are not going right, and it's just up to us to either keep trying to hold on to it or just take the L and move on. Most women don't take the L. That's just how we're wired. Unless something really bad happens, most women will not take the L if they really, really want somebody.
And that goes back to what I've always said to young men about when you date women, and particularly like a woman like Miss Jabari. You have to break up with her in public. You have to break up with her around the people who she admires, holds dear, or something like that. So she will not take it like she's been like, we were going to get married and we were going to do this. You break up with her in public so that it's a clear, concise thing that A, B, C, D, E, F, G folks know that you and I are not together. So she can't spin this thing. This is why now I'm thinking she didn't talk with her family or anything like that, because she was still holding on to the fact that I am dating an Emmy-nominated, possibly Oscar-worthy, possibly, multi-million-dollar actor. And she's probably spun a whole thing in her head about they're going to be living in California in a mansion and, all this other stuff. So, because it's very clear that they make up to break up, and she was realizing that I think probably she realized after he wasn't returning any of those texts that things are probably not going to be, and that's maybe where she's getting. I was just resolved that we were not going to be together
again.
He told you.
Sorry.
Oh no, but she said that when she was testifying about the night that everything happened, and when she went back home and at the club, she said that she had felt a new sense of independence, and that she felt like she would be okay without him. That's in the transcript. So she had already, she knew that it was a wrap. Now, whether or not she thought about it again over that 7 hours and was like, oh, hell no, I'm not going out like that, then decided to take her drawers off and lay down in the closet as one last ditch effort of trying to, woo him back in, because that's one thing about manipulative people. They know what your, and that clearly was it. If that was her course of action, because if I know that that's what's going to get him, then I'm probably going to do the same thing if I'm that, off. But she knew that was the final straw. I think somebody just said, let me just see this comment real quick. Artemis said, okay, this may be a hot take, but I feel like he really tried to love her because he was in that mindset to lock something down because his career was jumping up. Artemis, I am inclined to support that theory just from a human nature standpoint and just from the type of person that Jonathan seems to be. And like I said, I do subscribe to zodiac personality types to an extent. And I have a lot of Virgos in my life, my daughter and my mom included. And they are very, for lack of a better way to put it, they are very codependent. Not in a bad way necessarily, but they do value relationships. They do like to be with people. And just by virtue of the fact that how quickly he got with someone else. And they're very sentimental, caring, loving, however you want to spin that. You know, obviously it can take a toxic turn if they're not self-aware enough to know that that's their, you know, weakness, that they just monkey bar from one thing to the next. But in a healthy situation, in a healthy mind and healthy spirit, that's just how they are. So I can appreciate that's how my mom was. Couple of stepdads later, you know, that's just how they are. So, I mean, I can appreciate that take. I don't know if at that point that's where he was. I feel like in March, he had just flew her in and was like, all right, you know, let's make this work. She did testify that she wanted, I'm not verbatim, but the testimony that she gave led people to believe that she wanted to be in the United States so she could work, but she did not have a work visa. So that's how she ended up with his credit card, because she could not work. She was using money from her own savings or whatever was in the bank. And so he was like, basically, stop doing that. Take my card. I'm going to try to help you get your visa. I guess sponsor her. I don't know how that all works. Sponsor her so she can work. But in the meantime, gave her a card, gave her a cell phone. So I think in her mind that translated to, oh, we're gonna get married. I'm the happy housewife now. No, he was just being the good person that he is. You guys are not on bad terms. You need somewhere to stay. You know, like I said, friends with benefits. You need a way to spend money. You know, use this. She did testify. Use this for groceries, cabs, whatever you need. She also mentioned that she intended to decorate the apartment because whatever was currently in the apartment when he got it wasn't to their taste. So I think that she took that credit card and cell phone to be, you know, I'm a kept woman now, because the house was fully furnished and decorated. Why do you need to? But I feel like she threw that in there to make it look like she was on her wifey duties. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But
it's so hard to navigate and look at this without, because I know she's lying somewhere. It's not like, oh,
everywhere.
Yeah, I'm not saying that because she's a woman or anything like that, but I can just smell it, because again, like, I'm looking at the video tapes of what happened on the 25th and from the restaurant, etc. And, you know, based on what you guys were saying about sneaking drinks, mm-hmm. I don't think, I mean, it didn't look like they were in a relationship. They looked detached. I don't know if it was just me that picked up on that. Because they looked as if,
you can
because
tell there was some tension, but you just couldn't quantify what it was.
Right.
You just, you know, their body
language. Right, because that's not, I mean, if you're with somebody for, based on what she was saying in regards to length of time that they're together, and I'm putting myself in the shoes of someone, like, you know, let's say it was a toxic relationship. I still remember my toxic relationships, albeit I haven't been in them for, you know, that long, but the longest I've had, which was 3 months, 4 months, my affection goes away at the end. Like, I'm very affectionate at the start. You can see me holding hands, etc. And again, I'm using a picture of them together from 2021, when, no, not 2021, 2022 Toronto Film Festival, I believe it was, and they were, you know, holding hands, etc. That looks, and again, it's just a photo I know.
Like a prisoner, and she looked like a bag lady. I'm like, where are you going looking like that? That's probably why we never took her nowhere else. Like, where are you going?
There is a
but the thing was,
at that Toronto Film Festival, there is a video when you see them come together to, because like the way the camera was, the people were talking to another artist, but you could see them in the background, and you could see how she was running to him, and he was like, stop. And then she just came up and somebody took a picture, and she grabbed his hand, and he just kind of just stood there. and then then the hand released, you know, and then she's doing this number right here, like she doesn't know where she needs to go, and she goes back to the thing, and then he walks up to where to take the camera. You can tell by that body language, because when you look at the picture, you see he's stiff, but you see them when you see them interact, you can tell that there was something going on in that picture, because she was all happy.
Find that, Pam. Find that and screen record it and send it to me, because that's hilarious.
Yeah, because no. That's I didn't even know that. That's great context,
totally believable, because Priya actually brought up on cross-examination, but of course it got objected to, because she was just throwing out little nuggets. That was her when she first started questioning her, and she was just throwing stuff out there, and it was just not chronological or making any, you know, chronological sense. She did throw out there. She said, were you supposed to go to the Sundance Film Festival with Jonathan? This was when they did at Magazine Dreams. She was like, that was the plan. So she kind of answered it like, but he didn't take me. And then before Priya could get the rest of the question out, it got objected to. Priya was like, well, weren't you supposed to go to the Oscars? And then she got cut off.
And that's interesting, because Sundance is usually in January 2023.
Yeah, the Oscars and Sundance were right before the incident. Actually, the Oscars was like 2 weeks before the incident.
Right.
And then Sundance was about 3 weeks before that.
Yeah,
so I think
he drove from New York to Sundance. I remember.
Yeah, he said he likes to drive. I can't do that, but yeah, he said he drives with his dog. Yeah.
Wait, she said, thank you so much, because you've just confirmed it for me. If she said that was the plan, but they didn't go, they were over. To me, they were done.
And I think that had the judge allowed that questioning to continue, we would have established an even further back timeline to where he was done with her, but they cut her off.
Right. Because now this confirms everything I felt, because now looking back at the video, it makes sense, because again, I did not see them holding hands. There was no affection. There was nothing. It was just disconnect. He was walking behind her, and I'm like, okay, this is what men typically do when they are going on a date, etc. But now in a different context, it just seems like, hey, let her. It seems like let her take the lead. Let her do all this. I know I don't want this. Put it this way, it seems more like a friendly meeting, and exactly as you put, Danny, like, you know, he was going to sponsor her and do all these things. It just seems like he was laying the foundation for an amicable friendship, because again, she did not know that he had moved on. Why should she? He is his own man. You are your own person. You don't have to know what I do in my private life. But I think that was the regret that he was speaking to in that interview, because had she known, that call would never have happened. Like, had she known beforehand, that would never. I get it now. I actually get it. Like, because again, like I said, I watched that video for the first time, and I was like, why is he moving like that? I think I said it when I was playing it in the verdict stream. I think Pam, you must have, like, because I was the only one that was like, I'm not sure who else brought it up or who else saw it, but I was actually be like, that doesn't look right. I was like, that doesn't look right.
Yeah.
Like, but I'm glad. I'm actually glad that's established now, because there is no way.
She didn't. Now that I'm thinking about it, because I'm gonna find that video. I'm gonna find it because I thought I said
because that's funny.
But that makes sense to me. I think that they were. So the Toronto Film Festival was around this September incident, because that was in September.
Right.
Toronto
so 2022. Let me get these dates while we sitting here. I'm gonna pull up the date.
So Toronto Toronto is 15th to 18th of September, I believe. It's just that.
Right. And then remember, the incident happened like right after that, or right.
So it would have made sense. It would have made sense for her to go out and get drunk. And it would have made sense for him to say, if it was just you drunk, I don't mind that. Because end of the day, there was no problem with the drinking. He understood where they were going to. He understood that it was at a festival. They're all going to have fun anyway. So it's no problem. But now you're coming back home with your friends, etc., and doing all this. I am a great, it makes so much sense that this would have been after a massive event, because I was like, without context, you're like, what the hell is going on? But bringing the external context outside of that conversation, just what was happening around that time, it makes a lot of sense why he would say what he was saying. Because again, I don't know where anyone got this idea from, that was control. No, it never sounded like control to me. It just sounds like you can do what you want as long as it's just you, but now you're bringing other people into this. Like, that's the problem, because it's my image that I have to, now it makes sense. I don't know how anyone would look at that and be like, oh, he's being narcissistic, it's being like this. If you're coming from a festival, that makes a lot of sense. If you're coming from a massive event, that makes a lot of sense. Like, you can't just divorce the two like that. That's damn, I did not even realize what was going on at the time until Pam just said. If she was acting like that, that means she was probably drunk at the festival herself. That means she was probably drunk. She was probably drunk then and gone on to.
And I feel like too, because I put it in the comments. The Toronto Film Festival was September 8th through the 18th. They could have gone on any of those days. Now remember, the incident was at the end of September 2022. So I feel like he probably was already sick of her however she behaved at that festival, and that might have been what prompted the look. You embarrassing me. You know, we went to this festival. You came there looking like Tiny Tim. No, you know what I mean? Hair ain't done. Coat's too big. You know what I mean? Looking crazy. You know what I'm saying? I feel like that was probably the whole beginning of that Obama King conversation.
Was this the time that she was talking to Priya as well?
She claimed she didn't start talking to Priya until January. Okay. So that's around the time of the Sundance Film Festival. So maybe she got mad because she couldn't go to that, because I told you Priya asked her about that on Cross, and she said that was the plan. With like,
why do I get the feeling? Why do I get the feeling?
Kind of tone. So why do I get the feeling? Was January 19th to the 29th, and she said she started talking to Priya in January. Priya Sadiani in January. And then, as you know, the Academy Awards was only like 12 days before the incident.
Nah, I get the feeling. Why do I get the feeling that the only reason that she was talking to Priya then and not any time prior, that's the only reason that she was doing that is because Jonathan was, again, trying to hook her up, trying to help her with her career and all of those things, again, leaving things amicably. It seems to me. It seems to me that everything Jonathan was doing, she was always thinking the opposite, thinking like, okay, he's helping me out with my work, etc. No, that means he loves me and he wants to be with me. And yes, we are broken up, but he still likes me. This sounds like someone, I'm not going to say obsessed. I think that's a bit harsh, but it just sounds like someone who was never over the breakup that she knew they had. And she just refused to accept it, even when they met up in March. And I think it speaks to the regret. And now it makes sense why he brings up the regret. Like, I should not have.
He said he shouldn't have been in that car. So to me, that sounds like we just went out just to chill. And then she saw this text and all hell broke loose. You know what I mean? Yeah. Again, mixed messages, because, you know, he admitted to that. He should have just been man enough to just dead it completely. Yeah. But you get those mixed messages, because I'm positive, you know, during the time she was staying there, you know, they were getting it in, you know, and I don't care who you are. I don't care if it's broke Joe from up the street that ain't got no job and still living with his mama. If you like him enough, you know what I mean? And if that's if that's your thing, you know, and he, you know, giving you the good and helping you, you know, apply for jobs or whatever, you're going to read way too much into that. Even if in his mind, still not being the most marketable dude on the planet, he's not feeling you like that. You know, that's just how women are wired. Women that are truly feminine and emotional and sentimental. That's just how we're wired. And you have to be very clear with most women. Look, we're not together anymore. I'm cool with you. If you want to come here so that you can get your paperwork together, I'll help you with that. Maybe should have left it at that. Maybe shouldn't have been, hitting her off in between.
I will tell you from experience that even that doesn't work. To be honest, for some,
I don't think that would. Of course,
I don't think that would have worked for Grace either in this scenario. I think she would have just read it and be like, I can still get him. Like my cooch. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're going to
titanium,
animantium, I'm sorry, but if you're gonna go to this abuser's house, this person you're saying abused you for all this time that you magically decided to go to therapy after the whole incident. If you're gonna say that and you're gonna go to this person's house, lock yourself in the house, lay with candles. I actually can't believe I read that from Officer, what's his name? Damn, I forgot his name. The arresting officer. I just blanked on the name. But I was going through the transcripts the other day, and he did confirm that there was candles at the house. If you're going to go,
because there was some, and now I don't know if I missed it when I wasn't there that Thursday, because I was confused by that too. But I don't know if Kat can confirm this, if she gotten that far in the transcripts, or if she even has that part of the transcript. But there was something about, okay. Oh, here it is. Hold on. All right, so she's playing the Toronto.
Yeah.
That is hilarious.
There they go, right there.
Don't piss me
like,
off.
Back up, Goofy. Right. Okay, so that's the picture we see where he's reluctantly holding her hand.
You see how she's not letting go?
Yeah. He doesn't seem like he wanted to announce to the world at that point.
Yeah. And I feel like he probably was like, damn, I'm mad, because that's the only picture of them together ever.
Right. And I feel, why do I get this feeling? Because I did try to find that picture. It seems to me that it was removed from Getty Images. Because if you Google her, it still pops up just in random searches. It's not a Getty. I mean, it's an image. No. I looked it up back in April because I wanted to get back in April when I was looking up who she was and who this. I found the pictures in the forum. Lipstick Alley, I think it was. That's where I found the pictures, and I was trying to do a reverse image search. I could not. The pictures that they had was Getty. So I thought, right, to really get the full authenticity or whatever, let me just go straight to Getty and screenshot.
Yeah, that one's still there. It's still there. I mean, I think if people try to get it taken down, but if it's a Getty image, you can't, unless you probably got to pay them arm and leg to pull it down. But
okay, all right. I couldn't find it, and I spent hours on this, like literally looking. I spent hours. I was like, why can't I find? So I ended up posting it with the Lipstick Alley so that at least they know where I got it from, because I like to use the official thing. So, but I was like, okay, I found it on this website. It could not. It may be official, may not be, maybe edited, may not be, but there it is. That was what I was saying at the time, because I couldn't find the actual Getty. But it's. What I'm trying to say is, if that's the only picture that they had, and there's no pictures of them together, it seems to me that there was no way. What was he trying to announce this girl as his girlfriend?
Not at that point. Not at that point.
She did that little stutter step. She was trying to get up there because I don't know what it was.
I found my independence. I still can't believe you said that. I found my independence.
She did. She said that the night around a part of the transcript where she was about to leave Lucy's, and she said that she found her independence and that she was going to be okay without Jonathan. Kat can confirm that, the exact words. I think I wrote them down, but I have like 900 pages of notes, and I'm not going through all those notes. But it's verbatim in that part of the transcript where she's getting ready to leave Lucy.
I'll be okay without Jonathan. Like there was sorry for the snort. There is no need. Sorry about that. There is no need to victimize yourself like that. I'm sorry. What the hell? What the hell are you talking about? I feel like there is like listen, I spoke to a lot of people in regards to that. They really do believe that he's an abuser because of this. Some people even believed that him doing this interview was a bad thing because abusers try to get ahead of the narrative. And right, okay, fine. Like, you know,
let me read this comment real quick. Epic Dance a Lot says, trying to create the narrative that men can be victims will shake the fabric of this country. That will not happen.
Nah. Yeah, we're not ready for that. I don't think we're not ready to have that yet. Like, people don't get it's not even that he was a victim. I don't think either of them were victims or abusers. I just think this is just what happens in a relationship that is toxic, that one of them tries to leave and the other one is trying to do everything they can to keep them to stay, manipulation aside, all those things, using every tactic they could to keep them to stay. That's, in my opinion, yes, it can be abusive. It can be seen as abusive, but in my opinion, based on everything I've seen here, there's nothing to suggest that either of them were like that. The only thing that suggests to me is the fact. Huh?
I was saying it was a failing romance. It was a relationship dying. It was a relationship dying.
Right, because the only time I would have that you would think, okay, where the abuse possibly happening, if you were to even call any of them abusers, etc. Okay, we have to look at, okay, are you trying to say that running after somebody is abuse? Because if that's the case, she is an abuser then. Because what would have happened if she had called with him? What would have actually happened if she had called with him? Is she gonna fight him? Is all those things? Why would you want to know? Because end of the day, you can't look at that and call him. It's not possible. You can't call him an abuser based on that. Like, looking back in the history, even with looking at those things in isolation and listening to the audios, they, like, again, I'm struggling to find where he's being manipulative. I'm struggling to find where he's being I don't know what other word to use. Violent. Like, even like his voice was raised at the start and then it summers down. Like,
Danny, you're on mute.
My bad. Where he was being abusive and controlling, and what was the phrase that they used? They were trying to infantilize her by saying that he I gotta find the exact.
He was chastising.
Yeah, he would chastise her. He would there was very deliberate wording in the opening arguments that tried to make her sound like a baby that could be molded into whatever you wanted her to be.
Those headlines, those headlines helped absolutely nobody.
Oh, here
nobody
it is.
At all.
I had posted this. In the absence of the ability of the people to refer to Grace as a victim, they attempted to paint Jabari as infantile, using phrases like she was trained, manipulated, and that Majors withheld affection. So she's a toddler now that needs to be trained. And, you know, if you're mad at your toddler, you won't give them a hug because they didn't do the potty training right. You know, like what? Like, ridiculousness. That was during opening argument. So, you know, she played into that. You know, I felt like I had to be responsible for his emotions and responsible for his triggers. And I had to make it nice for him, keep things nice for him. I'm like, girl, bye. In other words, you need to stop getting on his damn nerves, being a drunk. You know what I mean? Like, stop it.
Michael asked, how did the prosecution justify Grace Jabari running after Jonathan Majors? I can't get over that.
They actually didn't. They ran away from that so fast. I did not find any reports that actually went or even dealt with that. Like, they didn't bring it up. But I would love to read the transcripts and find out, which I'm going to do soon. But yeah, I think they just sidestepped it, because if they did, and they did a good job in doing so, it would have been reported. 100%. I don't doubt it one bit. It would have been reported. But all you heard from the from the defense was she was crying. There was no mention of them even reaching any of that. The only thing I did see, and it wasn't reported, I think it was from Kat, was when she said that he was stronger than me, and he was trying to get away from me. So he was stronger. That's why he was able to get away and run away. And I'm like, I was like, how does the jury hear that and be like, yep, he's definitely the abuser? Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
That's the obvious, though. Like, I feel like she had to throw in that he was stronger to try to make it sound like she was being abused. But that's the obvious. He's 6 feet tall, 200 pounds. He's an athlete at this point because he's been training like, crazy for the last year and some change.
Right.
For the different roles that required that. Of course, that's a no-brainer. So why did you feel the need to say that? Obviously, I could probably get away from her because I'm much bigger than her. You know what I mean? So that's just an obvious thing, but I felt like she needed to put that in there to try to, accentuate the fact that this big black guy flung me around like a rag doll and girl, bye.
Yeah. So I don't. Okay, this case, like I said from the beginning, it shouldn't have, like, hearing Danny from day one break it down and was telling me while I'm in the courtroom, I was mystified. I was like, there is no way. How did this actually get? I'm still questioning to today how he got into court. My mind was made up the minute I heard that Officer Swain. That's it. Go on.
When I started researching and doing this case at the beginning, when I started, that this right here was the big issue. That was those charges. They were talking about that. It got into court because, let me see. Now, we got from March, then we had the strangulation, and then she said that the strangulation didn't happen. Then when did the Rolling Stones came out in June, right? The Rolling Stone article, but there was something that happened in April. Is that when they announced his management team leaving him in April? There was something big that happened in April.
March.
Well, the management dropped him like almost the same day. Like,
He
reported till about April. They didn't report
I'm not sure.
But anyway, in April, you started seeing things change because of the fact that when it all started, she had a partial restraining order. And I figured that was so that she could go back and get her stuff and everything like that. But then in April, everything switched to full. I think she started cooperating in that area at that point in April, because then you had to have the full custody. I mean, restraining order against her. But when they went to court in May, and that's why I'm thinking that the DA was needling at her. When they went to court in May, they dropped those charges that were brought up by the police, and then they reinstated all of the same charges with her affidavit. So it got there. If I don't know, if they would have gone to court earlier in April or whatever, maybe all those charges would have been dropped. But I think the DA was needling. I think they had that little car incident video of that little part, and they're like, okay, we can get him on this. We're going to overcharge him, and then we're going to get him on this. Because the only way the jury, to me, convicted him is because they listened to all of that background information, to me, that shouldn't have been in there. There was
we're told that they could consider it. They could consider it, meaning it's up to you to remember all this, because you can't come back later and say, oh, can you give me that September 22 tape? Can you reiterate when he yelled at her about the dogs? Can you? So it was up to them to remember all that background information. If I remember it, they did. Yeah. Because it was gossip. Everybody remembers gossip. You might not remember what the doctor said, You might not remember what, the police officer said, but you'll remember all that stuff that was scoop, hot, hot gossip.
Right. So
yeah.
I think that's because, like I said, they Frankensteined an image of this man as this serial abuser and all this other stuff, because every time you talk about when they had a fight or it was always after some behavior that she had done that was around her drinking.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely. And then it turns into, like I had posted or commented a few days back, she's that type of person, and everybody knows that person. Sometimes we are that person that you'll just poke. Somebody tell you they don't like something, you gonna make it your business to do what they don't like, just so that you can just be a pain in the ass. And then when they turn around and rip your head off, now it's like, oh my God,
now you're a problem.
I'm the victim. How could you do that to me? You've been poking me for months and weeks. And then, you know what I mean? And then when I flip out on you, now I'm going to jail.
Right. And again, because I just remembered the officer that the arresting officer's name, Swain, Officer Swain.
Yeah,
he was
the first one. That's Officer Omission.
Officer Omission.
Yeah.
So again, I will keep saying this. Like the fact that I went through the transcript and he didn't even know that he was that. I mean, how would he know? She didn't volunteer the information, but he would have. But the fact, he didn't know that she was texting Holly Blakey. She didn't know, or he didn't know all the information. Again, that she took pictures, etc. He didn't know that. But at the same time, before he had even spoken to Jonathan, it's very interesting that he was like, did he do that to you? It's like, I guess so. So now I'm thinking, if this officer did not even ask that question, if he just let her volunteer, this case might not actually happen, because they did go through the bedroom, which he conveniently forgot, and then he had to replay the video and be like, you are in the bedroom. But they went through the bedroom. He saw the candles. He saw this would have been a situation where, have you had a bit to drink? Because I did not see that. I did not see that in the, from what he was asked to recount of everything that happened. There was no check for drinking. There was no breathalyzer. There was nothing.
He just looked confused. He looked like he didn't know. Like I said, the couple of times they sidebarred, he just was staring off into space. Like,
was about in court?
Like, yeah. So,
yeah, it's like it's very sad, because as much as you want to blame Jonathan defense team, I'm going back to the people that I'm speaking for. I'm kind of speaking, and for the people that have blame. I mean, listening to this, I think his defense did looking back on what they were doing during trial. If the judge, I still don't. I don't. Again, I'll keep saying yes. Okay, the Texas came in. It is gonna ring in someone's mind, etc. But
I mean,
I'm sorry, but But I'm sorry, but the fact that, again, this officer had said, Grace said that he hit her, and there was strangulations. Again, the body cam shows Hansen gesturing in regards to strangulation. She volunteered this information saying he choked me, etc. to Officer Hansen.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he said. So how are you looking at that and see her retract all of that and say that this person is a reliable source of information of what happened that night? If she was already telling the police he choked me.
Let's be real. We already know that this was a sham. This was a sham. This should have never happened. This should have never went this far. Should have never went to trial. This was some bull crap. Let's just be honest. And a lot of people, because I've been in the chat And I'm just now coming back, so I want to play the full interview from Good Morning America online. But a lot of people's going to make fun of him because they're trying to look for their 15 minutes of fame, right? Or their 15 seconds of fame to be, Bernie Mac or whoever they think they're the next comedian trying to be. You know what I mean? So that's what it's going to be. A lot of it's going to come from the black community because right now it's better to poke fun and laugh and do parodies and all of that instead of actually looking at the truth. And the truth of the matter is that woman on March 25th, that woman chased that man, because he wanted that property. Let's keep it real. She wanted his property. She thought she had some type of ownership. She thought she had something, and he didn't want her. And instead of letting it go, it sounded like she continued to try to press the issue that you my man. No matter how much he might have resolved the cheating, maybe that's why he took responsibility. I'd rather cheat just so you can leave me alone because you're not catching the context clue. You know what I mean?
He's like, he said context clue.
You're not catching it. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, I'm giving you every signal for you to go. I'm packing up your stuff, and you still ain't gone. So, I know I'm not good. You know what I mean? I'm not condoning it, but what I'm saying is it seemed like she didn't want to let it go. And think about it like this. If the girl didn't want to let it go, why she chasing him down Flatbush all the way to Leroy Avenue and whatever she was at? And she didn't really want to leave. I mean, and she really didn't want to go, or you know what I mean? Skip the abuse part. What my man said, the girl don't want you. Can't you get that through your greasy head? Right. Coming to America, she chased that man. Let's keep it honest. She chased that man. If that man wanted to leave, he tried, and she still chased. If she chased him, what the hell you think you was doing at home? You know what I mean? Y'all got to put it in. Let's put it in total perspective now. That man was trying to go, and yes, he did admit, I tried to leave. I should have did this and the other. He admitted. That's why I'm about to replay the 6-minute portion of this interview. But y'all got to stop with the jokes and stuff like that because there's still a man who was convicted of a crime that he did not commit. You know what I mean? And then y'all go around be like, well, all these victims, look at the Central Park 5. That's so sad. Well, damn it, stop making fun of people when they going through. Exactly. Y'all got a chance to stand up and be like, damn, we're tired of our brothers going through this. I don't give a damn if he was with a white woman or not. I'm just tired of the system doing that to our brothers. You know what I mean? But y'all want to get in on the jokes? Cool. But don't come here with it.
But I think that whole white woman thing is a deflection because at the end of the day, black women do the same thing to y'all. Same thing.
Exactly.
Same thing. It just don't get too far because, that the police automatically assume that we all crazy and toxic. So it's never going to get this far if a black woman does the same exact thing. But we do the same stuff. So I think a lot of black women that are anti-Jonathan Majors are trying to make it a white woman issue when in reality it's just a toxic psycho woman issue. Yeah. Just so happened this lady was white and she fits the profile for what we try to warn black men about. So it all worked out for that narrative. But in general, this is just a really crappy, crazy, spiteful, narcissistic woman issue.
Exactly.
Because there are plenty of black women that would do this same thing. The only difference is it won't get as much steam because it's a black woman doing it to a black man.
Exactly. Right. Let me go ahead and we're going to talk through of course, fair use, but we are going to talk through it because you have to alter the video so you don't get copyright strike. So all of y'all in the comment section.
All right. Now, do you have the second part that they aired?
Well, this is from ABC. This is 6 minutes.
This is the first part because the second part
6 minutes and 43 seconds. So this is the first part. So let me do the first part. And then we'll get into the second part too, since I didn't see that. Just so people who were saying I didn't get to see nothing, here it is. Here's the first half of the conversation. So let's go. And again, fair use.
Yeah, this is Major's first interview since he was convicted of misdemeanor reckless assault and harassment. And there's really a lot to unpack here. He calls the 2-year relationship with Grace Jabari toxic, dangerous, and unhealthy. But he is adamant. He says there was
toxic, dangerous, and unhealthy.
Exactly.
I told you, time isn't what you think.
Less than a year ago, the name Jonathan Majors was followed by talk of critical and box office success. Skyrocketing.
All right, because I'm gonna stop it. You know what I'm saying? Because of fair use, I'm gonna let it go. Just so y'all who is in here who don't know how this works, we got to do that so we're not getting in trouble. So fair use. But again, this is from Good Morning America Online. So if you did not see it and you think we talking too much to this, you can go click up here and go see it for yourself. All right, let's keep going.
Right.
Rocketing fame, even Oscar buzz.
I'm coming for everything.
But this morning, a different conversation surrounds that marquee name.
Something about sitting here right now and looking at you and understanding the gravity of the situation. A situation that I, in many ways, put myself in.
So let me stop it right there. The great thing about that is that he is taking ownership. Yeah. And I said this last night. As long as he takes ownership of the relationship, I should have left. I shouldn't have been with this woman. Yada yada. Something that says I'm not an abuser. That was key to this. Let me keep going.
The actor spoke exclusively with ABC News for the first time after being convicted in late December for harassment and misdemeanor reckless assault in the 3rd degree, which could carry a penalty of up to a year behind bars.
Why did you decide you wanted to talk now?
I felt like it was time. A lot has happened in my personal life, in my career, in the culture. It's about responsibility.
Flub her lawyer.
Coming forward and being brave and giving my part of the story.
Your reaction to that verdict?
Shock. I was absolutely shocked. And
I mean, Danny, you was in the courtroom when he got that verdict. What was your thoughts on that?
Oh man, first of all, I was crying too. Now I wasn't like boo-hoo funeral crying, but tears was falling down my eyes. And I heard the first not guilty, and I just was like, I literally went like this because we couldn't react. Like we couldn't say anything, we couldn't sigh or breathe heavy. But then when I heard that guilty, his head dropped, because remember, he's facing the jury, so you can see his profile. And I was like, literally, like, there's the first row, second row, his mom and Megan and the bodyguard was in. I was in the 3rd row. So, and it's a really small courtroom. So I probably was only about maybe 10, 15 feet away from him. And you can see his profile. So from his profile, his head, kind of dropped, and it was like, like anybody would.
Exactly.
The 3rd one was not guilty. But once you heard that first guilty, I don't think any of us were, happy at that point, because like I said in other streams, he can't get any guilty,
Mm-hmm.
So once we got that first guilty, I was like, even if the next 2 are not guilty, we're screwed,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And lo and behold, it was every other one. So by the time it got to the 4th guilty, the 2nd guilty and the 4th charge, we were just like, this is some bull. And just like he basically says right here, like, how could you not with all the F, like how, so.
And even her testimony saying that she took his phone, she struck him first, she did all of that.
Yeah.
Nobody cares. Like I said, nobody. And again, because I'm looking at y'all talking about what's going on Twitter. Twitter's not a real place. Let's keep it. This is where people go in. You see porn on Twitter, so it's not a real place.
Like
you know
real,
what I mean?
Legit porn. That's why it's called X now.
You know what I mean? They just missing a few other X's. You know what I mean? But you got to look at it like this. As long as we are given the information that the mainstream media is not given, then you have to look at that as a plus. And the reason why that this is big for him to take accountability of the relationship, not what he did. I shouldn't have never been in a relationship with this woman, or I wouldn't have been in this mess. That's what he's taking responsibility of. That's what you have to realize.
Did not even blame her at all.
Yeah, that's not blaming her. Exactly. That's not blaming her. It has no blame. He's saying, look, I shouldn't even fool with her. I should have let the relationship go. That's the way you say, I probably was a little toxic because I should have let it go. I shouldn't have never text somebody or whatever. I should have did that. I was wrong for that. But as far as everything else, hell no, I don't know what y'all talking about. You know what I mean?
And knowing how knowing Jabari, that would hurt her more than the fact that any of this actually happened. That would hurt her more. The fact that he said I should never have done this, is this and that. That's gonna sting her. And you know, in a rational world, you're thinking, why would she be hurt by that? You know what I mean? Because end of the day, as she said, understand, she was upset that she got that text. So him saying this now, I should have just told her this and that. She's gonna look at it and all she's gonna care about is, I know the truth of what happened. I went in there and said all these things, and I also, like, you know, there were some things that you know, looking at the face of, if there was, what I'm trying to say is that if there was no evidence whatsoever, no video camera, she would not have admitted to taking the phone. She would not have done all. She wouldn't have, because the camera, like, because there was. She knows there was a witness in the car. She knows that she was caught on camera. Because I remember you, Danny, tried where she even tried to downplay it until Priya had to basically pull it back out and say, "Did this happen?"
She was walking behind him. She just wanted to walk with him instead of.
She did not say she ran. She just kept saying, "I was following him. I was walking." I'm like, girl, what?
Exactly. The reason why I said the reason why I said all that is because if there was an absence of camera or absence of evidence like that, she would have lied. She would have just lied and said, no, he did this, because again, she did it on the scene. She told the police on the scene, he hit me in the face. He did that, which is what I love about how the interviewer. I'm not sure if we got there yet.
Yeah, we're gonna get there. We're still getting there.
Yeah, like I love how she brought that in, because that is crucial. She said this on the day, he hit me in the face. That's why the charges were brought. She said that, and understand, she changed that completely.
All right, let's keep going.
And afraid. I'm standing there, and the verdict comes down. I say, how is that possible? Based off the evidence, based off the prosecution's evidence, let alone our evidence. How is that possible?
But after only hours of deliberation, a jury of his peers agreed with prosecutors that he did physically injure his then girlfriend, Grace Jabari, in an incident last March.
What happened exactly? Do you know?
No, I don't know. But she's unconscious.
That 911 call from Majors came hours after an argument broke out with Jabari in the backseat of an SUV, when Majors received a text from another woman saying, "Oh, how I wish to be kissing you." Jabari testified that when she grabbed the phone, Majors tried to get it back, fracturing her finger and giving her a cut behind her ear.
She says inside the car, you hit her in the face, twist her arm behind her back, fracture her middle finger.
Yeah, that did not happen.
How did those injuries come about?
I love the way he said, but that did not happen. That did not happen. Let's just stop it.
See, like I two things that I spotted from that. First, he said, first they set up as he physically injured her on all this thing, and then they just cut straight to the suicide call. Now, that what should connect in your head, what should go in your head is, wait, you physically injured and you called the police? How is that? Like you know, you might try and be cynical and be like, oh, yeah, you might try and be cynical and be like, oh, well, he called the police so that he can set her up. But no, hold on, they've been reporting all through the trial. They've been reporting how he's scared to go to the police because that's that's his fear. That's why he was telling us not to go to hospital. They've been reporting that. So now that you see the police call next to the verdict of him injuring and being responsible for those injuries, now you're gonna ask why. And even going here, the second thing is where he literally just said in regards to if he physically injured her, he said flat out no, he did that.
Yeah.
The pause was, how do you think he got the injury? That's the pause. And I'm like, that's why I was adamant. That's a good thing he did that, because again,
exactly,
he is genuinely going back to his mind to go back to the day and be like, I know I did not do anything aggressive.
Yeah.
I know I did not do,
because look at it like this, Dr. Hines. He asked that first question very quickly. No, I'm adamant I didn't touch her. Well, how did she get injured? I don't know. You tell me.
And he paused as well. He's like,
because
if you
know
about it,
saw those injuries to the morning.
Exactly, because if he would have,
they got video evidence that you do not see an injury on her until the body cam put it.
Exactly, because if he would have asked that question too fast, been like, well, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Then it would have been like, well, you must know something because you answered it too quick. You too swift. Right. So him pausing, like, I don't know. She just was there. And it's good that they showed the 911 call and said she was unconscious. They could go. I bet you in the full interview, that was like, well, you were at a hotel while she was doing this, that, and the other. They're going to bring it in full context. Trust me. Because that's the way that this, and like I said, we're only 2 minutes in. And when I played the original video from Good Morning America, I only got 2 minutes and some change in. This is 6 minutes. So I'm going to keep going.
I wish to God I knew. That would give clarity. That would give me some type of peace about it.
But you're confident you didn't.
I have no question.
Surveillance
That's what I was talking about earlier. I was like, that is
back inside the vehicle. What happens next is what the defense remains focused on. Majors runs off, and Jabari chases after him.
If you watch those videos and you reverse that,
chasing this man,
and you saw a black man chasing a young white girl down the street, screaming and crying, that man is going to be shot and killed in the streets of New York City.
Major's defense team shared these photos.
Look, and they're not playing. They're showing you in full context what's going on. She chased this man down the street, but yet he was the abuse. I'm telling you, ABC is doing a great job just with the 6 minutes, putting this in context. If he was the aggressor, if he was the abuser, then why is she chasing this man down the street? You're down Flatbush right now. Why is she in full pursuit, like when Cat Williams did that run in that 40-yard dash video? You know what I mean? Why is she doing it? Why does he have injuries and she doesn't the day of? You know what I'm saying? Not going in and finding her in the morning when they're going to show from Insider when she's over here messing with her hair and doing all of this. No injuries, no cuts, no bleeding, no nothing. So, yeah, I don't know how it happened.
Which he says show the injuries he received that night, which were deemed inadmissible in court.
How were you injured?
My injuries were a scratch on my hand, from clawing for the phone. And I had a gash on my, at the time I had a beard.
Second born. I can
under
tell.
my beard, I had essentially
he looks like a second born.
I guess my cheek from pressure. And that bled overnight.
But prosecutors say Majors was the aggressor. District Attorney Alvin Bragg says the evidence presented throughout this trial illustrated a cycle of psychological and emotional abuse.
Alvin Bragg is full of shit. Let me just say that.
In court, prosecutors pointed to a previous argument during which he knocked a candle to the floor.
I completely lost my temper in that moment and threw it all on the ground. That's not something I would want my child to do. And I did that. I absolutely did that. And felt terrible about it.
The prosecution also played audio Jabari had recorded earlier in the relationship where Majors encouraged her to act more like Coretta Scott King and Michelle Obama.
I got to play this part.
A great man. I am doing great things, not just for me, but for my culture and for the world. That is actually the position I'm in. The woman that supports me needs to be a great woman.
There are some who question, especially in the Black community, as you're probably well aware, that people were saying, well, why was he telling this woman to be like Coretta Scott King and Michelle Obama?
It was me trying to give an analogy of what it is.
Now, anybody with 2 good eyes and 2 good ears know that that's a damn analogy. If he would have said, you need to be more like, You need to be more like what's her name for the Cosby Show? Then y'all would have been like, yeah, you know what? I can see that's an announcement. Claire Huxtable. You know what I'm saying? Or somebody else. But a lot of y'all just took that. Y'all ran with it. Y'all had fun with it. It was just goofy laughing. And this man is making an analogy because this crazy woman who chased this man down the street is just saying, I need you to act more like like you got some sense. You know what I mean? That's all he's saying. Act like you got some sense. I heard Danny. She was over here looking homely. She was over here looking like Tiny Tim. You know what I'm saying? You cannot go to no awards assembly with me looking like you about to ask for more porridge.
Tiny Tim. Oh God.
You're not gonna do it. You're not gonna do it. So all right, let me play the rest of this.
I'm aspiring to be, these great men. Martin, President Obama, in trying to give a reference point to that. One of the things I also say is like, I need her, in that case, Grace, to make the same sacrifices that I am making.
In a statement to ABC News, an attorney for Jabari said in part,
we don't care.
Strange people to the house, all of these things. You see this man is working. You see trying to do something. You got to make some sacrifices too.
Mm-hmm. What other men wouldn't say if your woman is acting a fool? If me and Danny's together and I'm acting a fool with Danny goes straight. I already know Danny goes straight. Me like, hey, get your ass. Hey, come here. What's wrong with you? You know we don't act like I'm gonna feel like a kid. You know we don't act like that outside. Why are you doing this? In the same way he needs to. If he is, which y'all need to understand is Jonathan Majors is a great man in the eyes of other people who don't know him. He's a celebrity. Right. He's in Marvel. You can't go around acting like you fumbling the bag. You're out here asking for more porridge, and you don't have to. We got grits.
That changed, please. That changed.
Right. You don't have to act like that. We got you. But I understand what he was saying. If you go against the plan that I've set up, you gotta follow me. If you're not willing to follow me, we kick rocks. And how many times did he kick that rock down here until the rock started chasing him?
He kicked that rock a couple of times before March 25th. That's why I'm just like.
Exactly. Thank you, Khalil, for the $4.99 super chat. It seems like there's no winning if you're in this type of scenario. He can't even explain his side without being villainized. But that's just the world we live in. Everybody's trying to look for something that, the next viral video. So let me be the first one to joke. Let me be the first one to make a parody of this. Let me be the first one to do this, that, and the other. Because this is the hyperbolic world that we live in. That doesn't make it real, because if it was real, then they would say this man is lying. But you can't say this man is lying because you obviously see with your lying eyes this man running down the street from this woman. So again, how can he be an abuser when he's running away from the person who's supposedly so scared, so terrified that Alvin Bragg says she's a victim? The thing, you know what I mean? So you got to use the thing in between your shoulders, on top of your neck, your head, your brain, and just say to yourself, does this happen every day? And if this happens every day, how many other men go through this? Not saying that women don't go through it. I'm not saying that, but men get victimized too. You know what I mean? That man did everything possible that he can do to make sure that he was out of harm's way. That's why he's shocked. That's why he's crying in the courtroom. Y'all making fun of him crying. If my life just got altered for some bullshit, I'm going to be crying too, because I know this is wrong. And y'all know it's wrong, but it's so good. It's so cool to be making jokes or whatever. You know what I mean? And then wonder why shit happens to black men and black women every day. And I'm going to get off my heart.
The gag is this. These are the same people that are hashtag free Pookie, free Day Day. Yeah. And Day Day need to be doing that big because he done killed the whole family in a drive-by. Exactly. But you going to sit there and say that Jonathan Majors should get locked up for a bad relationship? Like what?
Exactly.
And just to go back to a little part of that interview, and I really liked how he handled the candle question. The prosecution smoking gun of an evidence of him throwing it down. I like how not only did he take accountability, but he didn't say, while taking accountability, because this is actually very common, he didn't say, oh, I shouldn't have done that. My kids, you know, I wouldn't want my kids to lose their temper like that, or anything like that. But he didn't say that is an abuse. You know, he didn't say it's not abuse for me to pick up my own property and throw it down the floor, you know, this and that. Because again, he's trying to be accountable. And you may look at it and say, oh, that's the perfect PR, etc. You know, but I really think that moment was who he is. I don't think you can be, I don't think you can be coached to train. You can be coached, trained, media trained. There are moments in which your true self does come out.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
So this is it, because this is your personhood is now in question.
Exactly. I agree with you.
You cannot fake it for that long. Like, bear in mind, every question that the interviewer has asked, in my opinion, has disarmed him at this point. The way that the interviewer is very open, very inviting. Like,
yes,
he did not accuse him and that's a technique. That technique is to get the most and solicit the most information out of him. Mm-hmm. The fact that, you know, the way that he was even answering that, there was you can tell it wasn't cut or edited or like seen, you know, it's real. So the fact that he's like, yeah, I was angry, I lost it, and I threw it on the floor. That's not, and I can already tell he wanted to say that's not who I am. That's why he went straight to the kid and be like, I wouldn't want this for my kid. That means I don't train anyone else to be like this. I don't train I don't advise people to act like this. I had a real moment of weakness.
Yes. Yeah. Frustration. And who doesn't get frustrated? Like, he's a human.
He's a human being.
Yeah,
right.
You can be
frustrated. But the truth of it, the other truth that he didn't mention that I'm bringing out is it is still not abuse. But again, like I was saying, if he was the type to minimize his actions, be manipulative, all those things, right? If he was that type, this is the moment you would make that point. Look, listen, it's my property. I'm gonna pick it up, throw it on the floor if I want to, and that will reveal who you really are. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm trying to say? Because he's not wrong. I actually don't think he's wrong to throw that candle on the floor, because again, aggression is understandable, anger is understandable, all those things. He didn't throw it in Grace's direction, you know, like pick it up and throw it, like, you know, as he was trying to hurt. That never happened. You know what I'm trying to say?
Right.
So he could have rationalized to try to so in that moment, I actually think that was, you know, who he really is. And I think it was great that he answered it like that.
Absolutely. And Khalil, again, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Let me go ahead and get something for you.
You're looking at the world's richest man, and I'm black.
Thank you so very much for the super chat. And well, my man, Skittle. Hold up.
Skittles and tea.
Skittles and tea. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so very much. Interesting to know that ABC is owned by Disney, who also owns Marvel, which I've said before. I believe the reason why they're taking this interview, because he hasn't officially, from a press release from Disney or Marvel, been fired. They haven't said here's the notice. So when you get this interview, he tells the story. Remember, he did not testify under oath, so we never heard his side of the story. They're getting his side of the story, so just in case they bring him back or they introduce him in another film, Magazine Dreams comes out. Remember, there is a petition to get Magazine Dreams on Netflix. You know what I'm saying? So people can watch it. Let's get this interview out. Let's get people talking. That, you know, let's smooth this out. Let's do it. And it, again, and Dr. Hines knows this is PR. This is what they do in business. Let me get ahead of this. Let me move this. Let me smooth this out. We do this piece, and then once this piece comes out, when we do this, we will go back and watch the interview. The guy was golden on the interview, so we feel comfortable with our decision to move forward. That's the way that I look at it. But I got something. Hold on, wait. I got something for you too.
People call me the fundraiser. They call me that because that's what I do. I raise funds.
That's cute.
Regina King, shout out to Regina King.
Oh, most definitely, most definitely.
Yeah. No, I was only gonna add on to your point in regards to. Damn it! I hope I haven't lost it. But right, that's it. Okay, so remember the R. Kelly interview with GMA? Like, I'm not comparing.
That was a disaster.
I'm not comparing R. Kelly to Majors, by the way. I'm actually comparing the interviewers. Gayle King and I'm actually seeing a lot of similarities. They are doing the same exact tactic.
The difference is R. Kelly was actually guilty.
Most definitely.
Right, because Gayle King didn't go at R. Kelly, by the way. She was calm. She was like, R. Kelly was the one losing it.
Yeah.
R. Kelly was the one losing
because he was guilty.
Guilty. Now look at Gayle King with Megan Thee Stallion. Again, all these interviewers, and look at the other interviewer that we're working with. I forgot her name. Damn it! Is the white girl with Amber Heard? The point is, I'm bringing all them in to show that even though they are different type personalities, their techniques are very similar to put you at ease, to bring the best out of you, etc. To do all those things. They don't antagonize, etc. And based on what you give them, they're gonna react to that. And the reason why I went through all of that is because this doesn't seem like a PR play, in my opinion, to rehabilitate his image that overtly. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, it's still a PR play. You can still make a case for it, but it's the way that Jonathan has responded to each and every question that she knows she's gonna be the bad guy, with all the technique that she's applied, because that's the other side of, with the way that she approached the interview. I'm talking about the interviewer. She's going to be the bad guy objectively if she was like, but the Texas, but this,
but what do you mean by that? But why did you say it that way? Well, she's right. Why would you pick two black women? Like, that.
Right. Because based on his everything, the way that he answered, it was fair. He did not deny anything that gives you the room to attack what he denied. Anyway, that I just thought I bring that out. Sorry.
And shout out to Cap for this. I didn't see this earlier, but this is just bringing some context into everything that is going on. So let me get that out of the screen real quick, because I'm covering up Danny's face. Major denied. The whole face was gone.
Danny's face is tired. I've been up
since Danny
messing with Jonathan.
Cover it again.
Look, we literally got off. Me, Blue, and Chill got off of here 2:00 my time, like 2:30 my time. Ooh. So it didn't getting up this morning and dealing with this some more. So they said Majors denied twisting her arm and said he is confident he did not cause those injuries. She went to grab the phone. I held the phone. I pulled the phone back. She came on top of me, squeezed my face, and slapped me. That's all I remember. He said he does not know how the injury occurred. I wish I knew. That would give clarity. It would give me some type of peace about it. And then they go into detail on this is from Kat. Shout out to Kat. Miss Marco Polo, Jonathan Majors was scratched up and stayed in a hotel after he was finally able to separate from DeGrace Yappery, his domestic violence accuser, and timestamps everything. You know what I mean? Everything that was shown on Good Morning America. So that gives you context of what's going on. And I think I got a $5 super chat, so I don't want to miss Uno. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Alvin Bradds has been targeting high-profile black men to get more support with white women. He targeted Kevin Porter and others with weak Me Too cases. And exactly, that's something that you can share that, Danny. Share the second part of the interview. But yes, that is something that Laura Victoria Burke, shout out to her and everything she's been doing. She talked about that also, that's the base that he's riling up in Manhattan. is that, you know, soccer mom, you know, white, you know, middle-aged white woman, you know, demographic. So yes, you're absolutely correct about that. So of course, I got something for you also. Thank you. I gotta get some more, because one is just inappropriate for the conversation that we're having. It's just too childish, and I'm trying not to be not be childish right now. But yeah, let me share the second part of the interview.
All right.
And Danny, you got the control of that.
Yeah, I just wanted to wait for you to be ready. All right.
Taking off. Major says he always intended to take the witness stand, but didn't in the end because he felt the prior testimony was so compelling that there was nothing else for him to add. But now that the jury has spoken, he felt it was time to tell his story.
This has been very, very, very hard and very difficult and confusing in many ways.
Jonathan Majors breaking his silence just weeks after a Manhattan jury found him guilty of misdemeanor reckless assault and harassment of his ex-girlfriend, Grace Jabari. The actor, at times emotional.
Oh, sorry. You know, I haven't seen my daughter in a long time, you know, and a lot of it has to do with this situation.
Now, how bad is that?
Damn, you know, I didn't know that.
I was strategically paused just so we don't get in trouble.
Yeah, no, you're doing good. You're doing right.
I didn't know when to, so I figured I'll just do it in between. No, but I had thought about that. I was like, I wonder if he's seeing his kid. I know she's seeing this. I think she's 11, and if she's anything like most of these 11-year-olds, she knows what's going on very clearly. And I just can't imagine. I have 2 daughters, and I'm very protective of them and protective of what they hear and see, and to the point where they don't even know a lot of my family. That's how serious I am about that. And I can't even imagine what he's going through with that.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? With all this craziness on. I hope she doesn't have social media, because I can't even imagine as a little Black girl seeing the kind of things that other Black women are saying about her father.
Exactly.
You know?
We didn't put that in. That hasn't been put into context. I'm glad you said that.
Yeah, because it's just like, where does she fit in all this? You know what I mean?
Good morning, Sissy.
And to just add on to what you were saying, well, going back to the interview, what you said in regards to not taking a stand, because a lot of people were questioning that. We looked at it, Danny and I, from a legal standpoint, because of course, you know, how so many things would be used against him, etc. So it was wise not to, but to hear that reason on why he didn't, it makes sense. Grace had already testified to a lot of the things he would have said anyway. You know, my phone, all those things was laid out for him. What else is he gonna do? Go up there and be like, yeah, she took my phone, all those things. And then it wouldn't have made a difference.
I mean, the odds of any good defense attorney allowing their witness to take the stand is just slim to none. So that's not even a common thing that even happens.
Exactly.
So keep throwing that out there is just a moot point.
Yeah, I think that it'll help him on his appeal, because he didn't testify to anything. He didn't say everything else was, you know, testified by someone else. So, I mean, we all felt like the evidence that was given that it was a done case. It was a moot point, but we'll continue.
Right. All right.
Yeah.
Let me start it again, because I think this one might be long. Well.
Yeah, keep going.
In a split verdict, Majors was found not guilty of 2 other misdemeanors: assault with intent to cause physical injury and aggravated assault. They're saying you didn't intend to injure her, but the result of your recklessness.
She was charged. They didn't prosecute her. She was arrested.
Not with her body.
Not with her body.
The physical altercation started inside an SUV after Majors received a suggestive text message from another woman. Hours later, after Majors placed a 911 call, police found Jabari unconscious on a closet floor in their apartment, as seen in this body camera footage.
You feel that you did anything wrong
on the night of March 25th. If you could relive that night.
I wouldn't have picked her up. I wouldn't have picked her up. I wouldn't have put her back in the car. I wouldn't have tried to keep her in the car. I would have gotten out that car and ran immediately.
He still would have ran. Hold on, wait, pause it. Hold on, wait a minute. Wait, pause it.
Quantum Mania.
Hold on, wait a minute. You know how bad of a partner that you got to be when a man want to get up and just take off running from your dumb ass?
No, how about if that's their
He
first
said
time
everything he did anyway.
running?
Oh my God. He actually said, I wouldn't. He actually said, in real life words, he actually said, I wouldn't have tried to escalate.
I just I'm out. You know how bad, good Lord have
everyone
mercy.
could see that. The beauty of it, everyone could see it in the video because they're blaming him for lifting her arm, putting her back in the car. So he's like, yeah. In an ideal world, first, I would have just broke up with her without even getting into the car. But now that we're in the car, I would have just ran away.
Right.
I'm gonna lock the door and take off running in boots on your ass because I'm sick of you. You know how bad a man gotta be sick of a woman to take off running? Jesus Christ, like for real.
The truth flows because I'm looking back and I'm like, yeah, there is nothing inconsistent to what we're seeing here. The truth flows. If he had broken up with her and she wouldn't have been jealous or thinking of jealousy, thinking I'm gonna go for this. The fact that he owned up to that makes this part looks so much better, so much palatable. I'm sorry,
yeah, that's hilarious. And did you hear how smooth he was when he was like, "I was reckless with a heart, but not a body." I'm like, all right, Shakespeare.
Hey, we said that last night when that clip came out. I was like, I mean, he had his LL going on right now. You know what I'm saying? He done play with many artists, but he ain't saying no names, playing make believe. You know what I mean? And all he needed was some chapstick on, a little something on his lips, lick his lips a little bit.
All I need is an around the way, girl.
He don't, no. He had a runaway girl because she was running after his ass. You know what I mean? So
craziness.
That's crazy. Go ahead, Danny.
All right.
Prosecution has described your relationship with Grace Jabari as tumultuous and abusive. How would you describe that 2-year relationship?
I loved Grace.
Damn.
Our relationship was not healthy, and that began to reveal itself over time.
Why'd you stay?
I was scared. With the red flags, I found that, I use this word, I said, oh, this is dangerous. This is months before the incident. I should have been brave. I should have said, no, this isn't working.
There you go.
And I should have walked away. And I didn't.
Troubling signs in the relationship were revealed when
hold on, pause it real quick.
Text messages.
They put that picture up, troubling signs.
Yeah, because so that's the picture y'all was talking about when she over here looking dusty as shit. Let's be real. The girl, that's why he looking like that. He like, I don't even want to be here.
He like, but Pam, while you were out, Dre, Pam.
I seen it. I was still watch it.
Okay, she was. You saw it, right? So basically, he didn't even want to take that picture with him because, as you see, before they take the picture, she kind of walks in front of him like to step to the side, but then she bounces back, grabs his hand.
Because grabs his hand. You know.
The minute she saw the camera, that's when she literally went back and then took the 2 pictures based on what Pam was showing earlier. Please tell me you got the video again, please. I would love to see it.
Look at his face. You can see he's kind of like, damn. Like,
he like,
take a picture and keep it moving.
She wanted to be. Let's be real. She wanted to be a superstar. This was her chance to shine, and she was going, look at me. Yeah, I said it. Dust bucket. That's what she's looking like. She looked homeless. She looks homeless.
But that was the last time he took her out, because I don't know if you saw, but we did.
Yeah, I seen it.
Go back and explore that a little further. we did figure out that Obama King conversation and him kicking her out and her coming home drunk and happened right around the time of Sundance. So, and she was not taken to that. And when Priya asked her on the stand if she was supposed to go, she snarkily said, "Well, that was the plan."
Well, obviously plans change because you out here. I mean, your hair ain't combed. You ain't got your face ain't beat. You just she ain't. I mean, she out here looking like she can't
your clavicle popping out. You ain't got no bra. Probably ain't got no drawers on again. What's going on with that? Get up.
Smelling like Seattle Fish Market. I'm sick of this mess. That's what he said. I'm tired of it.
Dre,
sauerkraut and hot dog water. Like, what are you doing?
Both of you, by the way.
I'm sick of her. I'm sick of her. Jesus, I'm sick of her.
Look at his face, though. You can tell his jaw is clenched.
But yeah, his jaw was clenched because it was like she just like and jumped up and
you can see he might be biting the inside of his mouth like, oh, damn it, and she don't go somewhere.
I should have ran. He said, like, if I wasn't here, I would have ran right now. I would have been gone. I'm sick of this woman.
Lord have his mercy. Yeah, that's the best. But yeah, now that I see it in context with what Pam showed us, I'm like, okay, yeah, I get it now. I totally get it. And now the timeline is coming together even more. So, Kat, if you're still watching, if you could pull up that part of the transcript where Priya on this is the first cross-examination, first day, where Priya asked her about the Sundance Film Festival, and then she starts to ask her about the Oscars, but then they object. Because I think she was trying to build a foundation for him stopping taking her out to indicate, okay, it's a wrap. Like, and that started as early as September when that whole London incident happened with the pub and so
again, it makes sense. Not only it makes sense why he was referencing the drinking again, and it makes sense more and more now why when they did meet up, she thinking, "Oh, I can get him back with my coochie. I can do all this."
The vibranium coochie clench.
It makes sense why when they were at the restaurant, Charles, I think it's called. I forgot what it's called again. But when they were at the restaurant, she was sneaking drinks. It makes because that always stuck out to me as wait.
She looked drunk now. Look at that smile. Does that look like a sober smile? That look like somebody that had a couple.
I know that's my point. I'm trying to say basically she was trying to show how much she's on her best behavior, etc. That I'm not gonna drink anymore. I'm not gonna embarrass you out like we were. Because again, the fact that he even said you won't protect us, this actually does make sense. Because how are you protecting his image? Because that's what the text messages and that's in my opinion. That's what the protecting us was referring to, especially the audio. That lets us know that it was all about his image. That's what he was worried about, because his image is our image. It's not possessive in terms of my image and my image only, and I'm gonna have to worry about my image. She's like, I'm gonna have to worry about our image now that we're together. And with this context, it makes so much sense.
And seeing this picture and seeing what led up to this picture, and she probably, I'm sure, got trashed that night or did something to embarrass him, which led him to not invite her to the subsequent two other award shows. Right. And you know what I mean? There's a lot. And like we already know, the Academy Awards was only like 12 or 13 days before this incident, and she was not invited. So, forget about Cleopatra. If you don't invite me to the Oscars, it's going to be me and you.
So that's the thing of this picture. If you see it and look at it, look at their body language and what do you notice about her that he complained about?
I mean, the button, besides that outfit being too damn big.
The open top,
the button.
Claims that he made such a big deal about it, but here you are it looked like maybe his jacket with your cleavage out. So I don't think
she ain't got no cleavage. She ain't even got.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly. She ain't got nothing. If it would have popped out, you wouldn't have never knew.
I don't think Honestly, I don't think that bothered her that much because that bothered him that much because again, he would have made sure, and I think Kat brought it up in a tweet where he would have made it a point of if that was really a really sticking issue, he would have made it a point to really hone in on that. Hey, your button is undone, put it back up, and then she put it back up, but then she undoes it again when he didn't make it an issue. That's what I'm trying to say. I personally think this day was mainly about how she was behaving. It wasn't about what she was wearing because it's not like she just jumped in his car out of nowhere and he didn't see what she was going as. I don't think that's the issue. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, I think he saw how she was dressed, etc. Going out, all those things.
On the flip side of that, Hines, the way she looks, because I mean, all jokes aside, I love my clothes. I'm in my bedroom now, hence the weird coloring.
Yeah, we know where you good, Daddy.
I couldn't get far getting up this early. I was like, look, I'm usually up at 11.
Nah, Daddy, you good.
But I'm saying that to say, I love clothes. I love fashion. I love dressing up. That's just my thing, right? And while that might not be her thing, because even the night in question, she looked crazy with that outfit on. To me, this whole get up she has on right now looks like she rushed to get dressed, didn't have time to comb her hair, put any makeup on, almost on a March 25th thing where he was like, nah, stay home. And she just kept coming anyway. And so she just threw on the first thing that she could find.
So she put on his jacket
and just followed him. And he just was like, you know what? I'm not even going to deal with this. Come on, just stay away. And she was in the way at this particular moment. So he was like, bump it, take the picture. You know what I mean?
Pam, you said that he was, I mean, from the video, because I was watching it from my phone, so it was a little smaller, but he was basically doing the same thing when he's seeing her over there, kind of shoving his arm back, didn't really want to hold hands with her and stuff like that. Is that correct?
Right.
The body language was given that. Yeah, he didn't do it like this, but he was just kind of like you could tell he didn't want her in the picture at all. But you can't put that in front of hundreds of cameras, right?
Unapologetic Simmer. He was mad because she borrowed his outfit. Ain't nobody going out there looking like that.
And made it smell like hot dog water. So now I gotta go take it to the cleaner. Yeah, because it looked like his out. That don't look like that belonged to her
at all. She looks like a Loki variant. The way that she's smiling like that.
Oh man.
Yeah, I said it. Okay, hold on. I'm a full screen you.
Yeah, she gonna play. Yeah. So look in the back where Jonathan's standing to your left, behind that Jonas brother. She gonna come.
Because he's explaining why does she have on the same outfit I do.
Jonas got the same outfit on too.
Exactly. You're like, yeah, man, Grace got the same outfit you have on.
Maybe
good. Let's take a picture. Look at Jonathan.
She was trying to be like that Joe Jonas or whoever Jonas that is.
So I see. He was like, God, I don't want to take a picture. Yeah.
It's like he told her to keep going, but then the camera was like, Jonathan, and then she came back.
She looks terrible in that outfit.
And then he kind of passed on the back like, yeah, bounce.
Yeah. Not that y'all said she looked like Santa's little helper. We got Blue in the house. What's up, Blue?
What it do?
Hey, Blue. Y'all want me to finish the rest of this interview?
Yeah, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and finish the rest of it.
Hey, Blue. Nice to meet you for the first time.
What's up, Dr. Hines?
Where Majors expressed suicidal thoughts, saying, maybe I'm such a monster and horrible man that I don't deserve it and should just kill myself.
Were you suicidal?
The ideations of removing myself from situations permanently is a thought that I've had, since I was a kid, since I was a young boy on the farm in Texas, it's not there anymore,
Damn, dude.
To keep it at bay and make sure it's not there anymore.
Through it all, Majors
pause it just real quick. You know what pisses me off through this whole entire thing? Because that was real. That was 1000% real. She knew this and she manipulated that shit. That's what hurts. That actually hurts because she knew this man confided into her. You know what I mean? That's probably why he checked out. I done confided in you. You knew that I had these type of thoughts. You know what I mean? And not once did you try to give me any goddamn help. Not once did you say, well, let me go out and tell you, if I'm going to talk to Pyra, you know what I'm saying? If I'm going to talk to her, let me just say, hey, we need to get Jonathan some help. Do you have a counselor? Do you have something? We made fun of this. And there's men that at the age of 35 that will take their life right now. They will take their life because they're so condemned and they're so downtrodden about everything that happens in their life. And we made fun of that.
Suicide rate is real high in black men too.
It's
We
very
nobody.
high.
We nobody. But the thing is, I said this before early on in the trial, where you shouldn't shame, the same Me Too people, the same oversensitive people. Oh, you shouldn't shame people that have suicidal ideations. You shouldn't shame this, no fat shaming, no this shaming, no that shaming. But then the minute Jonathan Majors experienced it, it's funny.
Exactly.
Oh, he weak. That's a weak ass nigga. That kind of stuff. Like what? Like which one is it? That's what I mean about the cognitive dissonance, because it's just like, are we shaming people or are we clowning people? Like, are we taking it seriously or are we going to make a joke of it because he had everything? The overarching theme is because he had a white girlfriend.
Yeah, let's be real. Let's be real.
But I wanted to make a point too, because he did mention, I don't know if I saw it in the transcripts or whenever it was mentioned, that he was also, when he was on set, he was seeing a counselor and she knew that. And so when he was bringing this stuff, you knew that he was seeing a counselor. He's in therapy. He's doing all of this stuff. And to then take all of that stuff that take these texts that you have and make it and mold him into a monster is just
It's very despicable. Shout out to Kat for the $5 super chat. Remind everyone is Grace Jabroni. I call her Disgrace Jabbery. She is up here jabbing at. That's now that I heard, because I haven't heard that part. Now that I hear that, and for someone who has dealt with anxiety, has dealt with depression, has dealt with suicide, went to counseling, went to therapy my damn self. And to hear another black man say that and knowing damn well his woman weaponized that shit, I'm feeling a certain way. You know what I mean? I'm not even holding you. I feel a certain way about her even more now. You know what I mean? Because you did all of this, and he was more concerned because you did the same thing to him. You threatened you threatened to delete yourself that night, and he was so concerned for you that he went and ran up the stairs where the cop could have snatched him up or anything to cover your naked ass. You know what I mean? He cared about you still, and you weaponized that shit. You a horrible.
Don't forget, she had a boyfriend already who did that.
Yeah, you a horrible fucking person for that. I don't care what nobody say. That's horrible. That's horrible. Let me play this real quick because that shit got me pissed off. Thank you so very much, Kat, for that. But that is, I don't like that. I don't like, because there's a lot of men that go that really go through mental health on a daily basis, and here you are weaponizing that to manipulate that man. And people calling her a victim. Isn't that not victimization when you manipulate your partner using what his weakness is to your full advantage?
Yeah.
Man, get the fuck out of here.
It's crazy. Am I frozen?
Yes, you are frozen.
All right, hold on, because I might have to go out and come back in because I got the little rainbow wheel of death spinning on my computer.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, I hate that. I don't. Maybe because I have too many tabs open. I'ma go out and come back in and pick up where this video leaves off.
Okay.
Okay, y'all go ahead. I'ma restart.
All right.
Okay. All right.
Well, yeah. Anybody want to come behind that? I mean, it looked like we're going another 3 hours again. Blue.
Well, I got to get off in about 30 minutes.
Yeah.
I got to go work.
I want to wait till Danny comes back so we can. I'm gonna pull her off. Just remove her off the stage. And but anybody want to come behind that? I'm damn near was getting emotional just watching that, man. That's heartbreaking, dude. Seriously.
It is, and to know that you used the thing that you knew he was dealing with in order to get this sympathy. So in other words, you faked a suicide for him to come over, and then you're gonna be laying in the closet without your bottoms on. What were y'all gonna do? What was that whole thing? And then I can't imagine knowing that I've had these ideations, and then to see these texts that my girlfriend is saying that she's going to do this, she's going to do that, and then to come home and to see you laying there, that, you understand what I'm saying? That initial feeling should have been gut-wrenching. And so he's having to make this decision. Do I call the police or do I not? And then knowing that you have this fear of, knowing a lot of Black folks have that fear of calling the police, that all that to balance and play out because he don't want you no more.
Yeah,
because he don't want your punk ass.
Yeah,
right. Just to even add on to what Pam is saying, because it's actually very important. I think most of us, I wouldn't wish this on anyone to have suicidal ideation, because it's something that if you stay on it too long, it could literally consume you and end it all. But the fact that he not only came out of that, but the fact that, I don't know, let me just put it like this. Let me just put it like this. I saw those, like I said earlier, there is no way you can coach this into somebody. That tear, you can't coach that into somebody. And the reason why I keep going back to this over and over again is because I have seen people say over and over again, he's an actor. This is easy for them. No. What's easy for them is to get into other characters.
Exactly.
Like I was not an actor for a long time. I tried. I actually wanted to go into the profession, but when it really hit me that it's different from reading books, being mentored, and doing all that. When you are in that moment in theater, and you have to go into character, it's either you can or you can't. You know what I mean? Like, and I couldn't. But the point I wanted to make from that was I saw how everyone else who were literally doing this for like 5-10 seasons, everyone else in there, like, they were other people. I can feel it. I can see it. So in this moment, if he was selling something, you would not. It's one of those ones you can tell. He's not selling. I don't think, if he is, horrible person, like, don't sell suicide. But no, I'm sorry. I can't even give that benefit of the doubt, because he's not, like, what I'm seeing is this is a real genuine moment, something he has always battled with. And as much as I want to be fair to Grace, etc., I cannot ignore the fact that Holly, who was her friend, received messages
while she was laying on the ground playing dead.
Right. I cannot forget the fact that she was understand. Grace Jabari was understand, and basically saying, I was in the bathroom. She was adamant that she was in the bathroom. And when she was confronted with the evidence, and again, I don't know why you would do this, but she was like, oh, well, it was kind of split in the bathroom. I was here. This is somebody who knew she was doing. I really do believe, based on the state that she was in that night, she was drunk, all those things. Her plan was, I really do believe her plan was to go into the bathroom, fix herself up, and pass out on the bed the way she was, because already the candles being lit, putting everything together, the candles being lit, all those things, everything like that. It was in her way, some stupid thing in her head to pass out in the bed, but she was out of it, that she couldn't complete the the quote unquote mission, because she had already laid the groundwork with the text messages. All he had to do was find her in the bed. That's all he had to do. And he didn't go to plan, because why would it go to plan? You're flipping flat out drunk. Why would it go to plan? If you make a plan when you're drunk, this is what happens. But the fact that he's having to pay for this is insane to me, because he calls. There was hesitation. The manager even confirms he was calling him first. What should I do? What should I do? If you want to know the blueprint of somebody having a real fear of the police, etc., it is calling the closest person that knows you and trying to listen. This is where I'm at. What should I do? That is his fear manifesting. If we just had this fight, this and that. He told the manager everything he told the police. He said that the manager testified to this. The talent manager or talent, I don't know. Danny knows.
Yeah.
Danny knows what I'm referring to. He told the manager this, broke it down. That is his fear, and the manager told him, "You gotta call the police. You gotta call the police." So he did. How do you get? Who does this? How? And listen to what Grace told the police. He hit me. He strangled me. All those things.
Again, Danny said she weaponized the police, and that's another thing.
Suicide. This is disgusting.
This is very disgusting.
That's
it's very. That's why I don't have. I don't have no sympathy for her or what she got going on. I don't have no sympathy for DA Bragg. I don't have no sympathy for none of them. I don't have. Matter of fact, this is how I feel about the trolls in the comment section. Real quick, hold on. It's for all y'all trolls.
You know what?
Look at that. I'm sorry for laughing. Oh my god! You know your references.
And it's always about self-preservation. She'll throw you under the bus for self-preservation because, see, remember when they sent her over to Bellevue? She knew that they were going to keep her for 24 or 72 hour or whatever hold it was. So then she said,
"Yeah, she did that many times." Sorry.
I just told him that, my boyfriend did something to me. What did he do?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that she even said that at the hospital is bugging me hard, because he didn't do anything. Like the fact that she even said that in the hospital, saying, "Oh, my boyfriend did." What did he do? I'm glad you pointed out.
Go back to that text. Do you have that text? That first text that they threw out there?
Yep. I can.
You remember that wording and stuff like that, And I told them it wasn't. It's manipulation there, I told them that they did not have my permission to do anything with you, and it's all that in that manipulation to me. But I love you.
She's a manipulator. She called this man 34 times. She was bugging the man, and she threatened to delete herself and all of that. And she weaponized the police. She's a horrible fucking person. I don't care what nobody say. That's my, that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
You said what?
Nah, I said I'm with you on that.
Yeah, so I'll send you the request here. I think you can see it. I'm not sure you can see it. Oh damn! I might need to zoom in a bit more.
I got you. I got you full screen. I got your full screen. So just blow it up a little bit.
I'm trying.
Oh,
I might have
that's
to.
good. That's good.
I might have to save it and
That's good.
It's good. I'm so angry that they did it, and I'm sorry you're in this position. We'll make sure nothing happened about this. I told them it was my fault for trying to grab your phone. So then she lied because he said that he still had his phone in the hand. She was grabbing it. You remember she said she grabbed the phone and turned her back.
Right.
And he reached over and hit her in the head, and she felt his weight on him. But he said she jumped on top of him and was.
So she never got the phone then.
No, she never got the phone.
Wow. See. And
that's why she was chasing
him. Even occur to me.
That's why she was chasing him.
Yeah, that's why she was chasing him. She never got the phone.
She never got the phone. And then he even said in the first part of the GMA interview that she scratched his hand trying to get the phone. And I didn't even put two and two together.
Do you know how hard it is to take a phone from somebody? Like, if she did snatch it and turn her back, he not getting that phone back.
Right.
That phone, she would have curled up in the ball.
A lot of injuries in that case.
And it would have been some real injuries. She would have curled up in the ball, all of that.
Right.
She lied. She
was a liar.
That's why she kept snatching. That every time you see her, she kept snatching for the coat pocket. She kept snatching for that because she's snatching and trying to reach and dig and get that phone. Because you remember when they got out of the car, you remember how she was all hugged up on him? She watch her other hand.
She was trying to reach into his pocket.
Those pockets to get that phone. She never had the phone in her possession at any time.
Right.
Right. And the most important part about all of this is the fact that she said at the bottom there, they just called again to check on me and reiterated how this was not an attack and they do not have my blessing within any charges placed. I read the paper they gave me about the strangulation and I say point blank, this did not occur and should be removed immediately. That doesn't make sense because you told.
You're on the camera. You're on camera.
Told the officers he strangled me and he hit me in the back of my head. I don't know. I'm reading this and I'm like, I'm so happy. I don't know who Jonathan spoke to. Maybe his lawyers spoke to. Say, don't respond. Just don't respond to any of this because there's like I can't see any response. Like, look at that. 6 p.m. It's now 9
He stopped responding after he asked where the keys was.
Right. Right, and that was 8:58 a.m. way before he even went to the apartment. And the most important part about all this, when you look at the CCTV, when when you look at this at the CCTV, when he said goodbye, an hour later he was going up, and he was going back to the apartment. He looked shell-shocked because he doesn't know what has happened based on the fact that he said goodbye. Based on the fact that he said goodbye, he does not know what has happened to this person, by the way.
But check this out. Go read the line before do you have my keys? She says there's no knowing what happened. Just you knowing what happened. There's no note for what? You're trying to delete yourself out the time. Are you weaponizing the thing that I told you that I have fear of? That's why I did.
That's why I said when he went back to the apartment and you look at the CCTV, there's a reason why he looks deflated. He looks distraught. There's a reason why he even called on suspicion of suicide. Because of that, and the series of texts he received early on. Why wasn't this brought in? I could only guess. Maybe it wasn't to prove. Maybe it didn't have relevance to the assault that happened in the vehicle based on the charges, etc. But it would have been very important to establish his state of mind. What could have been at the scene and what could have been hours after, because again, if the prosecution is making the argument that this guy has made her scared to live all those things, scared to live with him, scared to be with him, etc. If that was what the prosecution was making the case on, those background, I'm going to call it background information to show this wasn't the case, that should have been brought in. Exactly. That should have been allowed. Those texts should have been allowed to establish the background. No, she wasn't scared. The judge can tell the jury, consider this, but it's not evidence. If this was an even playing field, that's what it is. Because again, the prosecution made it a point over and over and over again. She was scared for his life. This goes against it.
And again, this has relevance of what happened that day. Not some shit that happened in September of 2022. I don't care. I don't care nothing about what happened in September of 2022. What happened that night? That shows exactly what happened that night. And what happened that night was that girl weaponizing the police. Weaponizing police, weaponizing, deleting herself, the whole entire nine.
Because we never got to see those texts. We see texts from 2022 that has nothing to do with nothing. But the text that would have everything to do with everything, above
Right.
that top line.
Above.
We don't get to see that.
I-
We don't get to see that.
we need to, I'm still hoping for some leaks or something after this sentencing. Some leaks, some text message leaks, email leaks, something.
I think they're saving it for it. I think if they didn't release it now, they're definitely saving it for after the sentencing, so that they can again.
Because I don't know if it needs to be used for the appeal, but get it out there in the public some type of way.
Right.
It
really depends what happens in the next few days. If he gets time served, he's not gonna bother. He's going to just rehabilitate. But I think if he gets a sentence of some kind, even if it's community service, he's going to put out those sexes to show that she was the one. I don't know. It could be seen as bad, but whatever
I don't
it is,
think it'll be seen as bad. Because it's a reason why even those 2022 texts that they didn't give the whole thing.
Context,
it's a reason why they didn't give the whole thing, and they made sure. We only want to show this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because if they would have gave that whole thing,
and those texts was the texts from March 25th were more relevant than those texts that were from 2022.
Right. Mm-hmm.
They were more relevant because that shows her state of mind. Because we want to see your resolve in the text that you were residing to the fact that you were no longer going to be with him. But that first text bubble that we see of yours says there's no note, only you will know. Mm-hmm. So it doesn't sound like any resolve that you were trying to leave a relationship. It sounds like it was a resolve for you trying to manipulate this man to get back to wherever you were. And like you said, he didn't know anything. All of that was going on. I mean, and Danny, you could probably attest to this, that why wasn't the point brought home about her texting 13 minutes? Because she heard him knocking, because she told the neighbor, Holly, that she heard him knocking. And so I'm starting to think now it was the front door he was locked out of, not the bedroom door, correct?
No, it was the bedroom door. He got into the apartment. He got up to the bedroom, couldn't get in the bedroom. And so he's on the phone with with his manager, talent manager, talent agent. Sorry, the manager was Priya.
He was on the phone with Priya, right?
Agent is the guy. And the agent said he stayed on the phone with him the whole time. He heard him knocking 70 to 80 times on that bedroom door. She was awake because he got there at 10:45. She sent the last text at 11:07.
Facts. Go ahead and play, Danny, if you could just play the last part of the message. I don't want you to. We're gonna get you off of here soon, so you can go get some rest. Yeah, just play it short. We'll talk through it if we need to, but I wanted to make sure that we get you off of here so you can go get some rest, madam.
Oh no, I slept all night. I'm just not used to getting up at 6.
Oh, okay.
I live a soft life. I live a very soft life.
Okay, all right. So BT, thank you so very much for the super chat. I appreciate it. She has been taking pictures and recording this guy for years, plotting and scheming. Yes, we do have to remind you that she did record this man without his permission. He didn't even know. So absolutely, let's go ahead. I'm gonna give you this one. I appreciate it, BT. Don't pay me no attention. But yes, thank you, BT. I appreciate that. You can go ahead with the
Okay.
Permanently is a thought that I've had. Since I was a kid, since I was a young boy on the farm in Texas, it's not there anymore. I'm doing the work to keep it at bay and make sure it's not there.
And it's heartbreaking.
Through it all, Major's new
that's
girlfriend,
heartbreaking.
actress Megan Good, has remained by his side, even present.
Thank you, Megan.
How would you describe your relationship?
She's an angel. She's held me down like.
Damn.
The fact that people even thought that this was made up is beyond me. I want to punch somebody, man.
I'm so blessed to have her.
She's a real soldier for what she's done. Hold on, wait a minute. Pause real quick, Danny. Hold up, pause real quick. Hold up. Didn't Lauren say that he needs to play up his relationship with Megan Good? She did say that in that video, and that's exactly somebody was listening. Somebody was listening.
But I mean, in reality, she was there every single day.
Yeah,
like, I was right behind her. And occasionally we would kind of like chit chat, and like she would turn at me, and I'm looking at her like this is some bullshit, and she'd be like, So you know, she was there. Like, it wasn't like she disappeared a couple of days or showed up late a few times. You know, it wasn't. She was there from the jump. She was there from the very time.
Exactly.
Her mom and his mom were there the entire time, nonstop. So
shout out to her. Shout out to the family. You know what I mean? Because you could tell she looks defeated. I've never seen that picture of her in the courtroom looking like that, but she looks like this is some bullshit, and she looks hurt for him. She looked. That wasn't acting. That was legitimate to her.
That's what angers me the most, because I like love when I see it, and for people to even question and be like, oh, they're putting it on because they need to rescue his PR image. I'm like, come on, my guy. What evidence do you need? He was already moving on. He was already seeing other people. Why is it she testifies to this? She testifies to him cheating and all that. Why is it out of the realm of possibility that person was Megan? Like, why is that out of the realm of, like, come on? Like, why is it fake?
Right. They're acting like he pulled up with, I'm trying to think, who would, I can't even
Sexy
think.
Red.
Yeah, or just like, I mean, this is totally.
Somebody who could be bought and paid for.
Right.
Exactly.
Granted, she's about a decade older than him, but he's an old soul. A lot of people joke about him looking older for his age, but to me, I think he's fine. You know, but you know, this generation is just so slow-minded. You know, like whatever. But it's like they go well together, because he's not like a typical 34-year-old. Clearly, from his look, to his countenance, to his way of speaking, his lifestyle. You know, I joked at the last thing that I did. I said, if you just a 55-year-old man, just say that, Jay. Like, we okay. You know? But like, he literally acts like an older guy, and there's nothing wrong with it. He's literally our parents' generation of men. Yeah, you know, at 34, you were grown for our parents.
Exactly.
You know, this generation being 34 is like being 20. You know, so he's like an old school 34. He's my generation 34. He's my parents' generation 34. Yeah. You know, so they go well together in that regard.
Yes. And Dante, thank you for the hold on real quick, Dr. House. I want to say thank you for the £1. Let me go ahead. Let me shout out for you for the super chat.
You're looking at the world's richest man, and I'm black.
Thank you so very much. Trust me, it's gonna be more childish stuff that I haven't uploaded here. So it's gonna be more childish super chat stuff that I got going on. But go ahead, Dr. Hines.
No, I was only gonna say the fact that he's from my it kind of, I mean, I guess it's
from your era. You're in your 30s, right? Okay,
right. Look at the dynamics of this, because a lot of people are saying, "Oh, why is he dating someone that's older?" Sorry, like so not why. Let me correct myself. It's not real because she's much older. All of these things, and look at the facts. I'm looking at it from me as a person. I would date someone around my age, like, or younger, but at the same time, this is an important caveat. I don't have kids. He does. Yeah. So he's not going to be thinking like I am. He's not going to be thinking,
okay, I need someone. Newsflash, you do know that women can have healthy children as long as they
I don't want to get into that.
She's about to get you.
Like that. Get out of there. In my face. Like, okay.
I will not mean that. I did not mean it.
She's about to get
you. Get out of there. I did not mean it like exit stage. Let me land my point, because my main point I'm saying was, this is what goes through the average person's mind when they wanna settle down, etc. I was speaking when I was making my point. I was speaking more to the people that would use that excuse because they're like, okay, well, he would want to have kids, so he's gonna be thinking about this more and more, so he's gonna deduce it down to this, etc. That's what they would think. But I'm saying, in his perspective, if you're gonna go down that route, there is the obviousness that he's got a child already. He might not want more. He might just want someone that's nice. He dated Grace, who was younger than him, 29 years of age, younger than him, all those things. Now it's like, nope, not gonna deal with that. I'm gonna go this side. She seems mature. She seems like someone that's more compatible with me, etc. I'm giving this point to say, why on earth, like, looking at the dynamics is not manufactured. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Like, based on what he's described here, based on what he's went through with Grace, based on all those things, it just seems like these two came together when they were together, when they were going through all that toxicity thing, and she was a breath of fresh air, which is why they're together now. Because again, he's a very private individual, and like he kept saying, I should have just ended it. I shouldn't have stepped out. I shouldn't have done that. Meaning they've been together for quite a long time before what you're seeing today. And that's all.
The chat is like, I was about to say, the chat is like Dr. Hines Ron.
Up. Yeah, he might.
No, I totally get what Dr. Hines said. I'm just busting his chops. But I, as a woman in her 40s, I'm gonna let you know right now, we some bad bitches. Excuse my French.
Say your piece, Daddy.
This ain't your grandmother's 40, okay? So that being said, when I was a kid, it was scary to become 40. But now I'm like, wait a minute, I look and feel the same way I did 10, 15 years ago, if not better. So and I'm really healthy. I don't have any health problems. I mean, that would impact. I have children. I'm not on the market for kids. But what I'm saying is, if I didn't have children, I would not have any physical issues to prevent me from doing that.
Exactly.
And doing it healthy and not ending up, 6 feet under. So I'm saying that to say she's still super fertile. I'm sure her libido is off the charts if you go the way it go with most 40-year-olds. And you don't need no supplements. So and I know that.
What have I done?
And her titties are still perky. So
tell it.
If that interview that she did on TV One, she did say that she froze some of her eggs, and she mentioned that in the context of getting divorced and not planning to get divorced because they were married 10 years. So she said when that happened, she did freeze some of her eggs because she does want to have kids. So, she can probably still do it on her own, but I think at that point she was thinking in the event she don't find nobody in time, she could still have a kid.
Make something happen.
And Dante, thank you for the $10 pound. From my experience, sound like a covert narcissist. They prey on your vulnerabilities and empathy. They are expert gaslighters, excellent manipulators. They do not have your best intentions. Absolutely. Thank you so very much. I appreciate you for that. Let me go ahead. Let me give you this.
Coins. I love that. I have always loved that scene. I always loved that. My man was making it ring with sense.
Let's play the last little bit of the video. Jump off in a minute. So
Fam looking like I need y'all to shut up. All right, let me rewind it a little bit because I didn't hear the part.
Look like a Coretta, I'm so blessed to have her. The relationship is still fresh, but
she is so gorgeous.
I think I found her.
The March 2023 incident thrust Major's dating history into the forefront. A Rolling Stone article back in June detailed multiple allegations of abusive behavior dating back to Major's relationships in college. Allegations Majors vehemently denies. His attorneys offered past partners to defend him.
Have you ever had issues with domestic abuse?
I've witnessed it, but never participated. I mean, I've been smacked up before, but Yeah, never exercised it. Those relationships went back to when I was, 21, 22 years old, and I just think, was I a jerk? Was I, a mean guy? And I go, yeah, knowing what I know now, like, severe depression, childhood trauma. I've had very few relationships, so I can gather.
Giving ownership.
What situations we're talking about?
Right.
The
I was not the
ownership.
best boyfriend all the time.
There, that's all I need. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you. That's it. I called it.
That's how you handle it.
I called it.
Hear what he said, man.
But that's a given. Who's ever a best or perfect girlfriend or boyfriend? Like, that's why the relationship ended, right? Exactly.
But did you read the fact that he said, I've had few relationships, so I gather who
34.
It is.
Yeah. So he knows who it is. He's letting you know. We come
watch your back.
All right, people. Real quick.
Thank you, Pam. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Tell a friend, tell a kin, tell your coworker, tell that heifer that you can't stand that I'm over here making these videos, okay? And y'all continue on this stream. I gotta go to work. Love y'all.
Thank you so very much, Pam. Peace. Make sure you guys go and subscribe to Pam Entertainment TV. I appreciate her for being on here. I also appreciate Tamara. Go on to work. Go to work. We appreciate you. But I also appreciate Tamara Allen for the $5 super chat. He's always been different. It showed in Lovecraft Country. And yes. And let me go ahead. Let me what I'm gonna hook you up with. Let me see. Let's go with
Now
that.
you're looking at the world's richest man, and I'm black.
Trust me, the ad revenue don't add up. Trust me. So I appreciate the super chats because, boy, trust me, we ain't getting paid like that. Don't let it fool you. You know what I mean? But did not call it blue. I said he needs to say, I'm a bad boyfriend. I don't beat nobody, but I'm not the world's greatest. And it diffused everything he said in that Rolling Stone interview by saying, I ain't had no few relationships. So where the hell are these 40? This is why 40 people didn't show up.
Right.
40 people can't show up because he ain't got 40 people.
Who has 40 people? I mean, who at 34 has had 40? You got to consider, too, he had to have been with his daughter's mom for at least half the girl's life.
I'm
She's
sorry.
11.
I'm sorry. I didn't have
34. Like, how many girlfriends could he have possibly had? Maybe
Dre, do you got 40 people who can contest to your behavior? Not 40 people who you just you know what I'm saying? I'm taling about contesting your actual behavior.
I do. Some of them ain't here no more though. They with the Lord. But I'm not saying. Hey, look, but see, I was for the streets. Now, I ain't gonna lie. My 20s, I was in the streets. I was the streets. But what I'm saying is what I needed him to do was do exactly what he did. Own yourself, because everybody, when you're 20, you don't know nothing about no relationships. I always tell people I take full ownership of every relationship that I've been through because I wasn't mature enough. I had to work. I had to mature. I had to understand that when you're 24, you're looking for love, especially if you have a lot of trauma. And I went through a lot of trauma. With, I got mommy issues, all of that. I'm not going to sit up here and act like, yeah, I'm the world's greatest boyfriend. And that's exactly what he needed to do for the simple fact is to dispel this notion that the Rolling Stone interview was right, even though there's no names on that bullet. No 40. There's no 40 bullets with 40 names. Also, number 2, it says, I wasn't the best boyfriend for her. But again, I'm reiterating, I never put my hands on her. I never touched her. So again, that's exactly what I needed him to do, and that was perfect. I can't wait till tonight now. I cannot wait. Right? I can't wait till tonight. I want to hear what else he said. But I mean, everybody, I was. I mean, at 20, I was.
Yeah, but I don't think he was. That's my point.
No, man,
and even if he slept with 40 people at the age of 34, let's start him at 16.
It's
I don't know. I don't know
man,
when the
40
average
people. Dre, I get it, but 40 people.
I mean,
Yo,
that's
you
a
talking about
lot.
for me or him?
That's a high body count. But
I'm just talking in general. 40 people who can sit here and say, "Oh, he was mean, he was mean, he was mean." All had that same story.
But
all had the same story. Nah,
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna be a few that be like, "This dude's an asshole," but
okay,
it ain't gonna be.
Of those 40 people, probably 37 were like drive-bys.
Right,
Yeah.
and that's what I mean. Like 37.
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with you, Danny. 37 would be like drive. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
I was
like
in
booty
and out.
calls. You ain't in no relationship with no 40
no.
people at 34. So I'm saying he might have only had 3 or 4 real, actual relationships.
Yeah.
So it's just like, okay, I know who those people are.
And honestly, he doesn't even seem like the type of guy who go get booty calls like that.
No, and he said he
Dre,
wasn't.
you saw that picture, Dre. That picture from last night is not a 40 body count dude. That ain't
right.
I hate to say it, but
you're not wrong. That's the thing. You're not wrong because, like, again, he strikes me as a relationship type, and
very much so. He's very much a relationship dude.
Yeah. Like, look, I don't know who the Rolling Stone sources were because the Rolling Stone people may not know.
It was Count Chocula, it was Frankenberry, it was Booberry, it was made up. Captain Crunch, Sugar
I'm
Bear.
not sure.
Sugar Bear.
I'm not sure how many people. I'm not sure how many people remembers the Rolling Stone past. But in 2014, they relied on a source that made up a complete story about being gang raped in a university. Like they lost a case,
oh my
a
God,
defamation case called Iramo versus Rolling Stone. They lost that landslide. They had to take down the article, and every publication abroad as well had to, they had to make revision articles to say that they lost the case. It was a massive scandal.
Oh, he's getting ready to sue them.
Oh yeah,
it was like, but the Rolling Stone. I don't know who they spoke to, but if he does sue, like they're not gonna. It's gonna be another Irama again because those guys they're not reliable. They're not reliable.
How do you even find 40 people?
Sorry, man.
How do you find? I can't even go find 40 people that I done kicked it with.
What they
telling me Rolling Stone can find 40 people for me?
Burner account friends list, like what?
Come on, man, who finding 40? Get out of here.
But of course, Cheyenne Obtuse. Cheyenne Obtuse Tree was the one that wrote the article. So
exactly,
you can rely on Cheyenne Obtuse Tree.
It's an online community.
Yeah, that's what it is. It was a Reddit community.
And I wouldn't be surprised if she threw that 40 out there to play into the Black Stud narrative. Because my thing is, where are you? Like you said, where are you? I can't even find 40 people I went to high school with, and I'm very active on social media. So how are you finding 40 random women that can say, "Oh, I slept with Jonathan Majors and was around him long enough to give an accurate assessment"?
Yeah, absolutely. Of his behavior,
abuse. Like, really? That's. I think there's still more to this video. I'm not sure.
Yeah, there's a lot.
You want me to finish playing this?
Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and finish playing this, and then we're going to wrap it up because we're going towards the 4-hour mark, and I still gotta
go at 12 because
I gotta take a nap.
Yeah, and I got a 12 o'clock appointment I forgot about. All right, I'm gonna finish it.
After gaining critical acclaim for films like The Last Black Man in San Francisco, Majors' once red-hot career is now seemingly at a standstill.
How are you feeling?
Moments after the verdict, Marvel Studios dropped him. He was set to play the prominent character Kang in upcoming films.
I am Kang! Well, so that confirms
the possibility of serving time, Majors believes the script for his career is still being written.
You think he'll ever work in Hollywood again?
Yeah, I do. I pray I do. But it's God's plan and God's timing.
Amen.
For those who say, look, he's convicted at this point, what would you say? I mean, do you deserve a second chance?
Well, I think I do. I hope other people think that.
We do.
During closing arguments, Jonathan Majors' attorney said his worst fears as a black man calling 911 in America came true. Those words brought Majors to tears in court. He says race very much played a role in his arrest. He claims he was injured. He points to surveillance video where Grace Jabari pursued him, chasing him for blocks. She was arrested but never prosecuted. He calls that unjust. And we'll have much more streaming tonight at 7 p.m. on ABC News.
Thank you.
Setting him up nice.
On Impact by Night.
I love it.
Setting that up nice. Okay,
Yeah.
Lindsay. Let me go holler at Lindsay real quick.
Okay, hey Lindsay. Hey,
what it do, girl?
I also want to play just real quick. It was from Everything Always. He says something that I kind of want to just play real quick, and then I'm gonna get everybody kind of out of here. But they said something about the Jonathan Majors case at the end of their video. They said, well, what happened to the grace? What happened to, giving a person another chance and not, and this cancel culture just throwing everybody away like that? And I fully respect this channel for how they covered the Jonathan Majors, because over 1 million people, over 1 million subscribers, in the way that they said this was amazing. So I just want to play this, and I want to give you guys his thoughts on it. Just give me just a second. Hold on. I'm trying to get to.
Yeah, she gave that alley-oop. That was that Dwayne Wade to LeBron James alley-oop.
Yeah, I'm glad they picked her. I haven't watched Good Morning America in years. And I didn't even know she was one of the anchors. So clearly she's one of the actual desk people. And she did.
Yeah, she don't do a lot of interviews from what I see. But she has done some pretty good stuff. And when I did a little background check on her, I saw her sit down. She sat down with Angie Martinez and some other people, and I was like, oh, okay, so she's of a different ilk than, like I said, the Robin Roberts and the Gayle Kings. So I don't think she wants to defame him or throw him under the bus.
Right.
Let me just play this, and I want to give you guys his thoughts real quick. Hold on.
For a while, I think there are going to be a lot of actors who, as quickly as they would have taken the role if it already wasn't Jonathan Majors, are just going to immediately turn it down because it's somebody else's role, a character that he already built. And I think a lot of actors aren't going to be interested in doing that. So while a lot of the speculation has been going down, the very last video that we did, and this was coming from one of the writers over at Deadline, said that there isn't really going to be a decision on this or a recast or an announcement coming anytime soon, that it's not a top priority. And I think that's even more in favor of bringing Jonathan Majors back, because it's not something you would have to announce or do tomorrow. They have some time, and I know they've got a plan ahead. Again, Avengers 5 is hanging over their heads, but unfortunately, this is just speculation, because I think it's unlikely. I don't see why they would have cut ties with him in the first place unless they felt like they had to, and it was just as a matter of protocol. But I think it's what they should do. You guys need to let me know, though, down in the comments what you think, because I am super curious how many of you.
I think I missed the part where he was saying, what happened. He was like, we've been covering this channel, and shout out to Everything Always. He was saying that they've been covering this story for a while, and what hasn't happened, or what nobody's saying, is that we're so quick to just throw somebody away over a misdemeanor. And what happened to second chance is supposed to be the land of second chances and all of that, and we're not seeing that. Do y'all agree with that we're not, when it comes to at least black actors, we don't get the second chances that a white actor would normally get?
How about we don't even get the allowance to mess up, let alone
the chance.
Get to the point where you need a check. You don't even get to the point where you need a second chance, let alone get a second chance. I'm not gonna front. I'm all for cancel culture when it comes to racist. I feel like ain't no coming back from that. But when it comes to stuff like this, this is this is crazy. Like but I truly think that this interview only happened because of not necessarily what us four are doing, but what social media is doing surrounding not believing her, seeing all that stuff come out and being like, whoa, wait a minute, come on. You know, and I think they were like, okay, we're reading a room here. Clearly, the majority of America thinks this is just as messed up as we do. So let's just do this interview.
You heard what she said.
Was taped like a few days ago. You know,
but you heard what she said. What she said for I'm pretty sure you've seen what's been going on in the Black community and the culture. Like, so she's been watching what's going on this whole time.
Said it's my responsibility to the culture. So he sees it. He hears it. Like I said, I think he has a burner social media account. I can't imagine his mother keep texting him screenshots and stuff. That would be ridiculous. So he probably got some burner social media account that he uses with an avatar or something as his profile picture. No comments, no posts. And he's just watching, you know, and as he should. And I'm glad that he sees that he has so many people out here rooting for him. And these companies know that. They see that. And you'd have to be stupid. Forget cancel culture. Let's just talk about common sense. Like, we see this for what it is. There is no mystery. You know, there's no gray area here. This should never have happened. He got convicted because they on some vendetta verdict nonsense because of that Amber Heard crap. Yeah. And it is what it is. You know?
Yeah, because that a lot of you know, those diehard staunch feminists by any means, regardless of the facts,
and shut them up.
Yeah, they did not like that Johnny Depp situation. So this is a way for them to get back in. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. And then the ABC is making it a way for you not to get back in that easy, because they could have easily just ran with a narrative, but they're being fair and biased. I mean, and fair and non-biased in their interview with him. I think this is what I was looking at. Let me play this real quick.
Asking if Jonathan Majors has a chance of being rehired at Marvel, and my opinion on this hasn't changed. I think it's extremely unlikely, but I've stopped short of speculating about it here at the channel because I sort of already weighed in with my opinion when I said, hey, I don't think they would have fired him in the first place. The one asterisk I drew in at the time, right by it, is the fact that they chose to do it through the Hollywood trades rather than make an official announcement where his other companies did. They had a representative and actually put out an official statement of parting ways with the actor, something Marvel and Disney never did. Now here he is in his first public outing, and it's on a Disney-owned property. And I agree that just factually, speculation aside, this shows that someone somewhere under the Disney-owned umbrella wanted to give Jonathan Majors his own PR-owned platform to publicly speak for the first time. That shows that there is some semblance of a relationship somewhere there. And this is why certain outlets and editorials, like the Daily Mail headline I showed you during the prologue, have accused Disney of doing this on purpose in order to line up bringing him back as an announcement. And of course, for Jonathan Majors, this is huge. He gets to finally share what happened in his own words from his own point of view. And I'm sure it's been extremely frustrating that he hasn't been able to do so before now, and hopefully still go forward in having a career in Hollywood start on his path to redemption, which brings me to the point of this video and something I don't really get to talk about much because we very rarely, outside of this Jonathan Majors trial and some other specific issues, talk about.
And again, like I say, shout out to Everything Always, because they're going to make a great point. I know it's taking a while to get there, but he's about to make a great point here in a minute. But I just want to stop it for fair use reasons.
Celebrity in general and meta, but I've brought it up a couple of times at the channel, and I think that is one of the huge things that's missing in our society today. We are so quick to condemn people in our cancel culture. Yeah, he was convicted of a couple of misdemeanors, but where is allowing people to be redeemed? Where's the allowing people to have a road back, to overcome doing something wrong, actually face whatever consequences are before them, and then actually have a chance to redeem themselves and make a comeback? And I feel like far too often people are really quick on the condemning part and want no part in allowing anybody to have a comeback or be able to come back. Or in very rare cases is it ever this way. It takes so much time. So I just want to say that's what Marvel Studios should do. Quite honestly, I think it's actually pretty clear. There's so much public sentiment for this already, and that's what I meant in the prologue by saying.
So he, you know, because he is a bigger YouTube channel, I mean, you know, he gets a lot more traction. So he's saying that he's been seeing a lot of sympathy now for Jonathan Majors. They're not one of the big companies or the big YouTubers who hasn't just been blind to the fact and just going into recast this or recast that, recast this, recast that. They're saying, hey, they're now changing their perspective. And now with ABC, who is owned by Disney, pushing this interview is going to get more public sentiment. So when we step back and be like, well, Kane is still, we're not going to recast. We hired Jonathan Majors back. He's going to be the role of Kane, but we're going to switch it up a little bit. That's what's going to diffuse this whole thing. Right. What do you guys think? And then this is going to be the last thing.
Right. So yeah, I agree with everything always said in that, because I'm going to make 2 points here, because anytime you bring up rehabilitation and, you know, bringing back someone reintegration, into society, because that's what prison system was made for. You know, it's a rehab place, and then
not in America, but yeah, keep going.
Sorry. I keep forgetting the differences in the countries. But what I'm trying to say ultimately is, just because someone goes to prison doesn't mean they shouldn't be allowed to live their life. Basically, I'm not saying that's what happened with Majors, but to play on his point in terms of after conviction, what happens is the reintegration. People always bring up like someone like Chris Brown, for example, saying, "Oh, but look at it, Chris Brown. Chris Brown, we know objectively this guy is a piece of S. We know that. But the point was, the point I'm making is, compared to Jonathan Majors, he never did anything like that. You know, like for someone who has been tarnished like this, like he has, with a clean record, and you can see the evidence for yourself, you should actually open that door and say, okay, fine, yeah, come through, because whatever they're gonna throw at you, let them throw at you. Okay, but we accept you back because you've seen change. You've seen this guy own everything that he's done, basically. And I know that video was done before the whole interview, but it's amazing how it speaks to the reason why we should, like, you know, give him that shake and let him come back. Like, you know, based on the headlines that I said, oh, he's fired, etc. This is the perfect reason why, because now that the interview is out, you can see why you should let him back. Because the guy, like I kept saying, the guy has not tried to justify his behavior in any way. He's taking ownership of everything he's done. You can tell that he's still working on a lot of things, and he's still going through therapy to try and sort out a lot of the issues that have been going in his life. And you can see that this is not someone who has brutally beat up somebody. This is someone who has literally had, in 24 hours, had his life changed upside down, because he, from one moment, he was terrified that this girl is possibly lying in his apartment dead. Door is locked. And he's trying to think, right, what should I do? Because anything that happens here, I am in trouble. And he does what he was brave, as he put, goes on to call the police, comes in, and then his life is done in 24 hours. And he still goes on to still take ownership of a lot of things that he probably doesn't even have to, and doesn't try. That to me is someone that is naturally remorseful. That's just my 2 cents.
Well, I do want to say what happened with Chris Brown. They were, I mean, I'm not saying what he did was right, but he was a kid. And he went through a lot of shit for that. I mean, he caught a lot of backlash. He redeemed himself. This man, it wasn't even. Yeah, he couldn't vote.
He couldn't serve in the military. He couldn't do nothing. They both was kids.
They both, you know what I mean?
I don't like bringing up Chris Brown and Rihanna, because it was 2 people who fought each other inside a vehicle. The bigger person got the smaller person. That's what happened.
Yeah.
I must say the reason why I brought them out is because they people run to them. So I was
you was like calling him a piece of shit. I can't say Chris Brown is a piece of shit for some shit that happened when he was 16 years old, 17 years old, and he got in a fight with his girlfriend. I can't say that he's a piece of shit. It was 2 people in a toxic relationship, just like this, especially when you're bringing up. But you was bringing up forgiveness. You can't call him a piece of shit and then say about forgiveness. You can't do that. You're totally going against everything that you trying to put out.
Right. Let me qualify that. I wasn't, when I said the piece of shit, I wasn't referring to that relationship. I was actually referring to his actions after he's already been allowed to come back.
What happened after that?
From what I've read in regards to the way that he reacted with Teyana Taylor, the other arrest that he's had for.
Oh, I think
you talking about when the girl came and broke into his house and stalked him. And he had to get
I think he's running down a list in Dr. Hines. I like Chris Brown, so I'm not, I think in context of what Dr. Hines is trying to say, there was a lot of stuff that happened after Rihanna. He tore up the Good Morning America.
That was what
couple of people at a nightclub. I think he was affiliating with the Bloods at one point. It was like a litany of stuff back to back.
I will put my hands up. I will put my hands up. The first time that he did that to Rihanna, I was like, okay, that happened. Blah blah. I was kind of where you were. But it was seeing all these things happen that I didn't even bother looking at it. I didn't even bother looking. I was like, oh, this guy has not learned. I just switched him off.
That's why convicted of any crime.
I'm not. No. I haven't looked at this guy, by the way. But what I'm trying to say is the reason why I said the P-offs is because I've seen after that incident. It wasn't in reference to that incident. It was his behavior afterwards. And I was like, okay, fine. This guy, blah blah. I've seen all this, blah blah blah. So I've written him off. That doesn't. I mean, you know him more than I do. So I'm not gonna be sorry. You know what he's done more than I do because like I said, I was switched off. At a point. You know what I mean? But I didn't. I was only juxtaposing Chris Brown and his actions afterwards, like the integration back because. He was allowed back, etc. That's what I was doing. It wasn't to like try and litigate everything that was happening. The reason why I called him a piece of shit was because of everything that's happened afterwards, not the whole Rihanna thing. I just thought I'd make that clear because I wasn't trying to go into that. But the point I was making was Jonathan doesn't have that history. So for him not that was my whole point. It wasn't to go into Chris Brown per se, but he's not like Jonathan has been arrested for X amount of time, X blah 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 blah. blah this may charges blah blah. Yeah.
Didn't Chris Brown beat up that gay singer too? That one from New Orleans. What's his name? Orange. What's the orange? The guy that made that Orange album.
You talking to? He did beat up. Oh my God!
Yeah, he was doing a lot of stuff.
I forgot. He did. He beat him up.
I think he beat my man's name.
You know what I'm talking about. I think it's Frank Ocean. Thank you.
Frank Ocean. Yeah, he did.
Didn't he beat him up at the studio?
Hey, look, man. Hey, look. We don't know what Frank Ocean did.
Well, I mean,
it's not about. Wait a minute. So which Blue? Hold on, wait a minute.
I don't know what Frank Ocean.
Hold on, wait a minute. Blue, are you saying you a victim blamer?
I'm not a victim, nothing. I just said I don't know what Frank Ocean did.
Right? He just like, wait a minute now. Brown was on some nonsense for a minute. When he found out he had that little girl, then he started acting right.
I do agree. I mean, as a comment, when we look at it, remember, like I said, Chris Brown coming into, I just say into the entertainment world at that young age.
He's not.
We hear from a lot of young performers, young actors and actresses, the things that they go through to try to either stay relevant or just not having somebody in their corner. So they're kind of just flip-flopping along. He might have had anger issues and that never got addressed because he Chris Brown and he doing great. And we just want to put him out on stage to tap dance and sing. You see what I'm saying? So until that little girl showed up, he probably did have that and he had to say, hey, whoa, I got to think about this little girl now. I can't just be thinking about me. You see what I'm saying? But 16, 17, 18, 19, I know I was some shit I was doing at 20, 21, 22. You know what I'm saying? You go look back and be like, damn, Blue was on some shit. Yes, I was, because
we ain't doing that McLovin, whatever your name is.
No,
we ain't doing that.
Really.
Look. Let me try and what Blue is basically saying is that every story, at least, and correct me if I'm wrong, everything that you read has more to it. Because again, you gotta remember the context he's speaking from. I was the one that called him a piece of shit because of everything that I've seen the headlines and all of that. And I've seen too much. I've said this. I've seen too much headlines. I'm like, I've dismissed him. He's this and that. I haven't looked into it. Blue he probably has a different opinion, etc. But in my like I said, in regards to Majors, Majors does not have this. We only
doesn't
have
have a
one
record.
Rolling Stone
He does not
piece,
have a record.
one Rolling Stone piece about his exes. Why has nobody else brought up and corroborated? No, because they know that Rolling Stone has that history. They know Rolling Stone has a history. You will never find any other publication go through and read and quote that, because they know what the Rolling Stone is. So I don't take that seriously personally. I was only just supposing that history, because people run to it. People run to Chris Brown. It's a cop out, and that's why I brought it up, to make that point. It's a stupid cop out to put on someone that is clean, squeaky clean,
right?
You know.
And
like
to somebody's point in the comments, hip hop is different. You can damn near smoke crack and kill 10 babies and still keep your career. So
it is different. It is
right.
And I hate to say that,
they reward you for being a thug in hip hop and R&B
until it get too bad. And that's what I mean with Chris Brown. Hey, let him keep doing it until he just totally self-destruct, because we making money off of this.
Let me just say this, Laura Hokage.
Real quick, I gotta go, y'all, because somebody at my door, but. It was nice.
Thank you so very much, Danny. And we will wrap this up, but thank you so very much, Danny. All right, now. All right.
Artemis switching gears.
So let me just address this before I start, winding this down. Laura Hokage, there's nothing wrong with a man expressing if your livelihood was just taken from you over some bullshit. If you was just arrested and you knew damn well you didn't do nothing, they arrested you for nothing, your ass would be crying too. You know what I can't stand? Y'all get on the internet and you're probably a kid. So I'm not, because look your anime pictures. You know what I mean? So you're probably a kid. You don't know no better. So I'm gonna treat you like you don't know no better. When you become an adult, when you become a man, and your livelihood is in consideration, because you have to take care of stuff like your kids, like your family, like your people. You in a position to change someone's life, and somebody takes your life from you. Damn it, you will be shedding tears too. So until you grow up, you need to get off of this right now, because the reason why domestic violence is high, because a lot of men need to start crying and need to get that shit out and need to go talk to somebody and get on the couch. The reason why homicide amongst black men is high, you know what I mean? Because it starts with a domestic dispute. 85% of homicides is started by a domestic dispute. Lord Hokage. You know why? Because we need to start crying to somebody and start expressing our feelings and talk that shit out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I need you to go. I need you to cut that one out.
Right. I'm really happy you said that, because end of the day, like what he did right there, I love to see it, because that's what vulnerability is. And I don't care, like anyone who is side-eyeing that to say it's not real, fair, but to say that he shouldn't do it, no, he should 100% do it. He should 100% go up there, express himself, get that out, because that is who he is. If you're going to look at him and be like, well, he's just crying for the cameras, he just no.
He ain't boohoo. Most men don't boohoo cry. The tear, that tear come because we do hold it in so much. So when it do come out, it's you know what I'm saying, it's like a little leak. It's like a slow leak, and you saw him wipe it. You know what I'm saying? Like shit, that shit do hurt. You know what I'm saying? Most men don't boohoo cry. It's not gonna be how they was talking about Grace Jabari couldn't look at the damn videotape crying and shit. You know what I'm saying? Let that man cry.
Like
everybody got emotions.
They made it a big issue about her crying. They made it a big deal. Oh my God, she was crying and this and that. But when it comes to him, he can't cry. And then exactly as Dre put, you wonder why there's so much suicide. Yeah. You wonder why, because you do this and then bang. What encouragement is there? What encouragement is there for men to actually express themselves the way they should? Because
it's because of shit like that, though. It's because
if it's weak, so it's cool for me to go rob my people. It's cool for me to sell dope to them, poison my people. It's cool to shoot up the block because I'm upset. You know why these dudes get mad so easily? Because they don't know how to express their feelings in a proper manner.
To go fuck all the bad bitches, get them pregnant, walk away from that situation. You know what I'm saying? It's cool.
Not manly. You know what's not manly? An emotional man. You know what an emotional man is? Someone who doesn't think. Because when emotions is high, logic is low. So when you're illogical, you go up and shoot up the block, and then you wonder why you got to bury your cousin and you got to go got to get a GoFundMe. That's what happens with that. You wonder why your cousin, your brother, your sister is on a t-shirt because some ignorant Negro who can't express his feelings in a correct and positive way. Why the man lead a wife? Because he can't express himself in a positive way, so he beats her. You see what I mean? But that's cool, though. That's okay. That's acceptable. But a man crying, a man is expressing himself because everything that man worked hard for is gone. And he's going to repair his shit. Man, get the fuck out of here. Go on with that shit. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah. The world is backwards. The world is upside down. You should be applauding this. There is no way you can justify that but normalize everything else.
Why is this dude still in my why is this little dude still in my comments?
He wasn't being the most, he's being logical. You're letting your dumb ass know.
Where dude at? Dude got to go.
Blue, it was Bluminati. It was great to speak to you. It was great. I'm gonna have to go, but like it was great to speak to you and get your perspective on things. And you too, Dre. I really enjoy being here, and I appreciate you every time. We definitely have to do this again. But yeah, I think Blue has showed me up today because now I have to go back and
it's
make sure that I read everything.
I just wanted to point out the fact that he got destroyed, rightfully so, right? Because everybody saw the pictures of Rihanna, right? The thing is, we never saw what Chris Brown looked like after that. You know what I'm saying? It was a fight between I've been in high school. I seen fights between fights, not he wanted to beat on, you know what I'm saying? To me, it's a difference between a couple getting into a fight and this man beating on his wife or his girlfriend. That's all I'm saying. It was two people who don't have the emotional or logical sense on how to handle a situation, and they both put their hands on each other. She spit on him. He didn't know how to react to getting spit on, and boom. You see what I'm saying? That's what I took from that. And I'm not trying to be, this isn't being an apologist. I wouldn't want my son beating up on no girl, and I wouldn't want my daughter spitting on no man. Keep your hands to yourself. We don't have this situation. That's what I'm about. Keep your hands to yourself. That's it. They go back to what Dre's saying. If we can sit down and talk about it, hey, you didn't like that I was looking at old girl over there? My bad. You know what I'm saying? I try to make sure it don't happen again. You know what I'm saying? Situations like that, that's when, like you said, the violence happened. Because two people couldn't sit down and have a decent conversation or a respectable conversation to get things ironed out. They could have easily gotten in that car, talked about it, left, all right, peace, and never been together ever again after that. You see what I'm saying? But instead, she chose to spit on him, and he chose to hit her. That's all.
That's it. If for y'all that don't really understand where we're coming from, first of all, you're not going to keep spamming my chat. This is my show. So what you're not going to do is come in and think you're going to take over my show by spamming my chat. So Epic Dance a Lot, I understand where you and Carla is coming from. I'm not condoning any of that. We're not saying, we're saying they were
even have a discourse about this.
We're saying and this has nothing to do with Jonathan Majors. I don't know why we're still talking about it for one. But let me just address this. We're saying there were kids at that time. Kids do dumb shit. Yep. You've done dumb shit when you was a kid. I've done dumb shit. Let's not act like we're all strawberries and roses when we come around, because that wasn't the same situation.
Yeah,
but you've done money. You've done dumb shit. So let's get out of here. So I'm not condoning him putting his hands on her or she putting her hands on him.
Nope.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not condoning that. What I'm saying is that those were two kids that needed to learn from that situation. Each of them had learned from that situation and are better people since that situation. And again, Epic Dance a Lot, this is my show. What you're not going to do is continue to spam my show. I don't give a fuck who you are. You know what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck if you donated money or not. What you're not going to do is keep spamming my shit. That's why he got a timeout. He in timeout. And if you don't understand that, well, hey, look, this ain't the place. This may not be the place for you, because you got to understand who run this, and this is mine. And if you want to do your own thing, all you got to do is go buy a camera, go buy a microphone, get on your laptop, and do your thing, baby.
Kenny Cakes, I think spitting on anybody is violation everywhere. Don't spit on me. Don't say, I don't know what you got in your mouth. I don't know what diseases you carry. None. Don't spit. Don't keep your motherfucking look. Keep that shit to your goddamn self.
At the end of the day, we should be able to talk about this. I don't see anything wrong with anything that you guys are saying. Like and like I kept saying, I brought that up not to go over it again and again. No, but we should be able to do that, because how is the whole chat, going off on
what? But
on it like that? You know what I'm trying to say?
This, like, Dr. Hines, domestic violence, abuse, all of that is serious, and I'm glad that we take it serious. But we overcorrect all the time.
Right.
We overcorrect, and that's what this is with Jonathan Majors. This is a overcorrection.
Right.
And then that
was the point. That was the point I was trying to get to. I'm glad you see it. That was the point I was trying to get to. Yes.
We don't throttle back even once we get the evidence and the information.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's just, he beat her, girl. He beat her, or you know what I'm saying?
Right.
No, we need to dead all that. It's two people who got to a situation, right? No matter if he did do it or not. Let's see what happened. What was the main cause of this? Why like Dre said, is he just that unwilling to talk to her that he can only facilitate a conversation with his fist? Is that it? You see what I'm saying? Then yes, let's get him off. Let's get him out of here.
Exactly.
Let's get him out of here. You see what I'm saying? It's two. What people fail to realize, it's two people in a relationship. It's two people in a relationship. And I ain't trying to blame nobody, but it's two people in a relationship.
Right.
And as kids, that Chris Brown situation, they were kids. Have y'all seen kids together, girl?
Hell, Blueface and Krishan.
Right, but y'all big that shit up all day long. Y'all big Blueface and Krishan shit 1,000%.
That's nasty.
Y'all watch that. Like, what did I just walk into?
Yeah, right? I'm not ready for this.
You know what I mean? He's like, yo, where did I?
They big that up all day long.
Yeah, but again, I'm going off of Tamara, because Tamara is absolutely right. This ain't the same shit. So I'm not going to compare Chris Brown and Rihanna to Jonathan Majors and DeGrace Jabbery. I'm not going to compare that. That man does not have a record. That man got railroaded. We seen this man get chased by Jason fucking Voorhees in leather pants. So we all know what's cracking. So, and she's a horrible person. So I'm gonna leave it at that.
I will bring back again for full clarity. I only brought it up because other people. I'm on Twitter, so I've seen people hit me with it every single time they compare Jonathan to him. I brought it up to say those people are irrelevant because Jonathan. If you can't even. It's like comparing apples and oranges. Different cases, you shouldn't compare DV anyway. Like, you shouldn't.
Yeah, you should, because they are different.
Like this. But regardless, even if you do, it was to make the point of this guy deserves. If you want to go there, Jonathan deserves it more than. Like, if you really want to go there, Jonathan does deserve your because he does not have that right. He does not have that life. He does not have that rap sheet. He does not have it. That was my point. And Bobby, I'll take care. I put my hands up on that one. Maybe I shouldn't have brought it up based on, the emotions of the day and all that. I'll learn from that. But the point came from a good place because
I got you.
This guy does not deserve this. He does not deserve to have people compare him to such extreme cases like that, because Rihanna is an extreme case. Chris Brown is an extreme case.
I guess what got me was you calling him a POS, and I'm like,
I shouldn't have done that. That was my personal part, because I've always felt like that. So he just blurted it out. I haven't spoken about this guy in like 2 years, like 2-3 years. So what I mean. But that was that aside.
Yeah, let's get back on track.
I hope that's clear to the chat so that it wasn't going to say, hey, let's direct. No, it was to make a point based on what other people were doing, not what I want to do for the stream. You know what I'm trying to say?
Trust me, Tamara. She needs to be in jail. Trust me. She needs to be in jail. DA Braggs needs to be in jail. The whole and his assistants need to be in jail too.
Well, what about the judge?
The judge needs to go too.
Everyone needs to go. Judge Gaffey. What about Rachel Pauly?
She want them all to jail. The jury,
everybody go.
In jail.
Everybody.
Even the black one.
She failed us. You get there too, but she only does 30 minutes. So she
only do 30 minutes.
She gets 30 minutes out. And think about what you just did.
She got to pay his fine for the harassment.
Yeah, that's fair.
Everybody gotta go. I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick. I'm tired.
The system gotta go to jail.
Look. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. I did a 3-hour stream last night. I got 30 minutes of sleep. I'm sick of this shit. I'm sick of these people.
All right. Take care, everyone. Have a good day.
Thank you, Dr. Hines, man.
No. I thank you for inviting me on Chillmonger. Blue Marty, Ray. Love you both. Love you guys. Thank you so much.
Hey, appreciate it, my brother. Love you.
Right.
Peace.
Bye, chat.
Can I show you something?
They was getting on his ass.
He was about to start running like Cat and Jonathan mixed together because it was all his shit.
Oh man.
Yesterday I was telling you guys about how it's important to take clips from that and provide your own commentary towards it and not let other people dominate it. There was a funny part of the clip of the interview that you could screen share. I'm about to tweet this where I say that the best part of the interview was when Jonathan Majors he joined in on the Coretta Scott King jokes, and I'll play it just to remind you guys. This is what said.
Even present for our interview.
How would you describe your relationship?
She's an angel. She's held me down like a Coretta.
Even
and I'm thinking, hey, that's him joining in on the Coretta stuff. So I'm gonna put that up there, maybe with an emoji. Which laughing emoji should it be?
I need the all tears.
The tears.
This one here.
Yup.
There we go. So when I tweet this, I'm not asking you to retweet it because I want popularity. I'm trying to say, let's get this message across that this was a good, positive, outing for Jonathan Majors.
Yeah, because he. I don't want to say that he know that how it came. He know how it came out, and he clearing it up. He's hey, nah, this is my Coretta right here. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, he joined in on the jokes. He get it.
He's very aware of what was being said the whole little time.
Oh yeah,
he gets it.
He said something like she's the one, and I'm like, okay.
Well, remember he called her the missus too.
Yeah. I'd rather be called the one than the missus though.
I don't want to be called the missus at all.
No, I don't want. No.
As soon as I'm getting called the missus, look. It's time for me to go, y'all. I gotta go.
Tamara, I don't think she planned it. I think she was. Well, let me not say she didn't plan it, but I don't think she knew. She was just manipulating the situation, not necessarily planning this all to happen, but she was manipulating the situation so she can stay being the one, as Chill would say. But I think he was done with her long. When was that devotion?
November?
Yeah, he was done with her around that time. He was done. He had checked out.
What he does though with her, what he did with her afterwards when he still thought he should have left her, but he stuck around, was he went to the theater with her. He treated her like a princess.
Yeah.
That was wrong on him. If he was done,
but he said it. He did say it. He said, I fucked that up. I shouldn't have did that. I shouldn't have kept her along. As I should have left when I said, hey, I'm leaving. You know what I'm saying? But hate to say what Tina was right, man. That when it's easy like that, you just kind of,
I'm giving Tina skippity paps next month just for being right.
Oh man. What's up, Chill? What you got, man? I know.
When I woke up, I rewinded to back when Danny was on the stream. I was listening to everything being said about how the mood in the courtroom changed. Brought his head right down after they said he was guilty for that second charge, and then not guilty, and then guilty again. Yeah, like it's crazy. I felt that tension again watching that interview back on ABC's website.
Yeah,
And there's more too. There's more. There was the little problems I have with the way that things were cut up. I wish they would have performed. They would have presented the story chronologically, like, or started with the 911 call and then be like, okay, so what did happen 11 hours prior to this 911 call? Okay, well, I was in the car and she, like, we didn't get that. We kind of got the fast version of it. It was
that's
making them look good.
The bigger versions come in
to come to Hulu. That's what
right. Because remember, black people decided to get rid of Disney, the Disney Plus, which is now attached to Hulu. So you now got to go back and get it to watch the interview. If you really doubt, that was smart. I don't care what nobody say. That's smart. But shout out to Kat. She did send me this. She said, was Jonathan Majors trying to end a relationship before March? So she said, by Miss Chaudhry, you prayed with Mr. Majors, right? Objection, overruled. Yeah, he would pray before eating. I would join him. And you know that Mr. Majors travels with a Bible, correct? Objection, relevance. That's the same. You prayed with his whole family at Thanksgiving, correct? Yes, before our meal. Miss Jabbery, you are aware that Mr. Majors went to the Sundance Film Festival in 2022 for his film magazine, James, correct? Correct. And in fact, you wanted to go with him to the festival, correct? That was the plan, yeah. And you were aware that Mr. Majors presented the Oscar this year in February, correct? Objection, what is relevance?
It is relevant.
It is relevant. So basically, he wasn't with her.
Yeah.
He wasn't with so he was trying to get rid of Sylvie this whole entire time.
That's when he started kicking it with
Cleopatra.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, she's on a one photo with him at Toronto National Film Festival.
That's the only photo they got together.
Which is September. All of the stuff, the Oscars, the red carpet for Sundance, that's afterwards. That shows. I mean, it shows me that there was no more. Like what happened? We wondering what happened in London. What happened in Canada?
Yeah.
He might say, I can't just take you on the road anymore. Still, he moved in with her. That's what's crazy. And I mean, and that's like, we're beating up the victim right now, of course, because it's not his fault that someone did something crazy. It's not his fault that the police wanted to act the way they acted. It's not his fault that the jury wanted to be there. But he put himself in a situation, which again, it's not his fault. It's just extra dangerous because of the color of his skin. That's really all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I hate to blame him.
That's exactly what it is. You know, he is, and the crazy thing is how the culture, you know what I'm saying, us as black folks, how we take that, spotlight it, and kill him for getting with a white woman or whatever. But then
because the shade room is,
you know what I'm saying, when something bad happens, we blame it. Oh, well, if you would have got with a black queen, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, dog, this could have black, white, it didn't matter. You know what I'm saying? Like, all of this could have been the same situation, whether it was black or white, because it wasn't a race thing. This was a psycho thing. This was a crazy, manipulative, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I don't get. You know what I'm saying?
This bitch is crazy thing.
Right. That's what this is. That's exactly what this is.
But again, if you go to the shade room right now, like I just scrolling down the comments, shaking my head. You know what I'm saying? Because it's all, again, we're in this culture where we don't care about the truth. All we care about is how funny I can be on social media so people can follow me. You know what I mean? Or how super enlightened I can sound. You know what I mean? So you ask a white woman to be like, this is some of the stuff that's being asked. You ask a white woman to be like a black woman. Bro,
they got me. Yeah, Shade Room beat me by 10. Like, they beat me 10 minutes ago. They posted something. You seen it?
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm on right now.
All right, well, let's show
Or
them.
this is a new... Hold on, wait a minute.
I'm on Instagram, Shade Room. 10 minutes ago, they said, the ghost of Martin Luther King said, keep my wife's name out your mouth.
No!
For real.
Nah, but see, they not doing what they trying to make fun of him. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
I'd be pissed if a man called me his Coretta right after he just asked the white woman to be his first because, Coretta, the only black lady name he knows.
See, and again, this is the reason why the shade room is so detrimental.
Yeah.
Because instead of, they're not looking at this, as what he went through. Again, the shade room is shit.
Today it is. When they presented the Adam Foss stuff, they weren't.
No, they wasn't. I mean, it was still they're still shit. They just
shit. I mean, is right twice a day.
Exactly.
Mind you, Coretta was holding her man down because he was fighting for civil rights. I don't like how he's trying to reduce her legacy to a stand by your man. One, Coretta Scott King was so much more than that. That's why if I were interviewing him, I would have pressed him more. But that's the analogy he was making,
he was
though.
Using the analogy of her, you know what? That's
what the hell? Coretta Scott King, good. That's funny.
Hell no, they did not put. Now we're. You see what I mean?
That one's good.
Wait,
I don't know.
Hold on, wait a minute. But they just said they just put keep your wife's name out the mouth. But then you're posting a picture of somebody who photoshopped Coretta Scott King's face on Megan Good's body in that outfit.
Yeah.
But you see what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a dope. That's why I like the shade room. Like they can be good at for certain things. You know what I mean? But man, this is. Well,
I mean, and the shade room is not black owned media anyway.
Oh really?
Yeah, no, it's not black owned media. I think it's two white dudes. They own the shade room. What's the other one? Hip hop daily or something. Like it's two white dudes if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Coretta Scott, if I'm gonna be king, I'ma need Coretta Scott if I'm gonna be king.
So
what song is that? I'm a movement by myself.
Yeah.
You make me better.
Yeah, you make me better. Now you ain't had no problem with him saying it.
You talking about this girl right here? My wife?
What for real?
You talking about my wife?
This is why the shade room is whack.
Look, it is funny to me, but it's just not the message we should be giving right now. It's more so we need to be protecting, and
we don't protect our. And this is the problem that I have with publications like the Shade Room and a lot of these, because again, we talk about protected black people and this black and that black. I'm so black. Y'all want to be down. Black Lives Matter. All that bullshit. I'm calling it what it is. It's a bunch of bullshit because y'all sit around and then make fun of the people at the same time. Are we gonna be for our people, or are we gonna sit up here and make fun of them?
I want to make a correction. I'm sorry. Shade Room it's a black woman, Angelica Nwandu. I don't know.
If she straight hair.
I'm not even gonna answer that question.
Not with a name like Nwandu. Unless she got on the wig.
She is
her straight hair in his pictures and 3 pictures in a row.
Yes.
Oh wow.
She got straight hair. Now I wasn't gonna answer that because you're not gonna get me in trouble, Chill. That's why.
I'm just saying, like, why is she not celebrating her natural look?
Why she not why she 3 different shades of black?
She is first generation American.
I thought you were gonna say
Nigerian parents. So I'm pretty sure she got roped into the westernized.
There we go.
Culture.
You
know.
All right. Yeah, man. Straighten your hair, straighten your life, right, girls? Yeah.
Ooh, hey, Chip, man.
There we go. There she is. No, that's better. I like that better. A little bit of frizz in there. Yes. But still, you can't just commonly your natural your go-to look is the look of the white people, and expect me to think that you're anything pro your people. It's happening too often. That's all I wanted to say. And am I wrong for that? Of course I could be wrong for that.
Nope. I'm on demon. I'm on other the demon time right now. I'm not talking about that. I don't give a shit. I'm sleepy too. I'm dead ass. I'm so sleepy.
But either way, I'm with Dre. I don't like, because all the Shade Room is the National Enquirer.
It's basically Black National Enquirer.
You know what I'm saying? There's no real news in it. It's all gossip and you know what I'm saying? So if you go to the Shade Room for your news, then you're gonna be vastly misinformed.
Misinformed is not even the word for it. So yeah.
That's how I look at the Shade Room. That's why, like, when things like this happen, I don't go to Shade Room. I don't go to like Hip Hop Daily or any of those little gossip things where
trash.
Stay away from all of that. Stay away from all of that.
It's super trash.
Yep, I stay away from all of that.
Because, like I said, all I seen in the chat, You know what I'm saying? Snow bunnies are the devil. He's black, she's white, case closed. You know what I mean? Let me go. Look at him. All I hear now is Cat Williams' voice. Big nose, little head, and big jaw. I personally think he's nice looking though. Just when he was trying to climb up the ranks, very fishy Hollywood. Brothers gonna learn one day to leave them pink toes alone. Once they cry and say you did it, it's a wrap. His team failed him. Why my boy ain't go to Club Shay Shay? Telling a white woman.
The Club Shay Shay thing is cool. He can get on Club Shay Shay, but I don't think they understand the reach that or what they're trying to accomplish. Club Shay Shay is not going to accomplish, and he's going to be talking to us.
Can I say it, Blue?
Go ahead, man.
These are niggas.
Right.
I'm sorry. These ain't black people with these are niggas. And niggas gonna do nigga shit. I'm sorry. And it's sometimes
cool. I'm not saying not nigga, but
I'm not what I'm talking about going to the shade room for your information.
Oh, for your information, yeah, nah.
That's you know,
that's nigga
like I see what you trying to do.
Niggatronics.
Right. What you trying to do with ABC is get shareholders from Disney to be on board with bringing Jonathan Majors back into the MCU and selling it and being able to sell this movie Magazine Dreams. You rehabilitate his career. You bring out an Oscar nominated film. You know what I'm saying? You get him on, you get the interview, you get him on camera so you could be able to rehabilitate his life. What you're trying to do on Club Shay Shay is get the niggas on board.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They could be like
Cat Williams going on Club Shay Shay didn't help Cat Williams' career. He's still at the same spot that he went on there at. You know what I'm saying?
It helped Shannon Sharp.
Right. It helped Shannon Sharp. It didn't help Cat Williams. Because this is the same shit Cat Williams been saying. He ain't changed. You know what I'm saying? Does he have a show coming? Yes. If anything, you want to promote something, you can go to Shannon Sharp. If Magazine Dreams come out, if they say, you know what, we're down with you know what I'm saying, with Jonathan Majors now, go ahead. And if they say, hey, we're gonna release Magazine Dreams, he can go on there, finish telling some more of his story and promote or you know what I'm saying, and that will help promote Magazine Dreams. But this ABC interview is not about that.
This show ain't. It's literally for the shareholders. And okay, I got it. Computer, I got
it. What's up, Ernest Claiborne? Chill. It's like Malcolm X with the hair stuff. Chill out. Take his comment down. Take his comment down. Show my name. I try to avoid that.
Thank you so very much, Ernest Claiborne, for Monger X. I appreciate Ernest Claiborne for the $5 super chat. Lucky Rodriguez, thank you for your time, bro. Went hard today. Appreciate it. I got something for you also. Let's go ahead and do this. It's Tom's voice that always gets me on that. It always gets me.
Yeah, Wonder Woman, it's not for black folks. You know what I'm saying? Because he doesn't necessarily. This one thing I'm gonna say about black folks, man.
Thank you, Wonder Woman.
For the most part, if Magazine Dreams drop right now, black folks will watch it. They might not go to the movie theater, but they'll watch it. They'll figure out a way to watch it. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's the bootleg or wait for it to come on streaming or whatever, they're gonna watch it. It's not the support of the black folks that he needs. He needs the support of mainstream media. This is a rehabilitation for how he's viewed in America landscape, in the landscape of America. That's what this is about. He can still go to if you know what I'm saying, if Jonathan Majors is part of the culture, he can still go to the culture any day of the week. That's not what this is for. This is strictly for, hey, I was Jonathan Majors ascending on my way up in America as a black man in America. You see what I'm saying? And I've been taken down by this girl who ain't even American. Y'all believe her? She ain't even American.
Good morning, America.
Hold on, wait a minute. Would you chill Dave Curl's back?
That's all.
You know that's coming next. I just haven't clipped. Yeah, I just haven't got the clip. But yeah, okay. Thank you so very much, Tamara Allen, for the $5 super chat for your compassion.
Thank you for your hair, Tamara.
over this month. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for all of that. I appreciate you. Let me go ahead. I got something for you.
And I want to add one thing too.
Oh my God. Why did TMZ literally just hit me up today about coming on to the show, but I've been on my live all day.
You missed it?
It literally just popped up.
Oh.
Literally just hold on, y'all. Hold on. I'm sorry. Y'all do y'all thing real quick. Oh shit.
But no, what I wanted to add that
Oh, my bad. Before you do that, thank you, Don L, for the $2 super chat. Thank you for hosting the lives. Dre, I appreciate you. Thank you so very much. I got Thank you so very much, Donnell, for the super chat. I didn't mean to cut you out, Blue.
No, I was just saying, we have to quit acting like we in this black community is so galvanized, because we're not. You know what I'm saying? We're not as galvanized as we like to think. We don't. The way that the people talking bad about Jonathan Majors ain't the white racist people. They don't give two fucks if he can or not. You see what I'm saying? Who talking bad about Jonathan Majors right now
is us. I'm gonna share my. Hold on. I'm gonna share my screen real quick, because if I could get on for the Jonathan Majors story, if they allow me to get on for the Jonathan Majors story, that's gonna be a big plus.
What would you say? Would you talk about what Blue just said about how this was for Good Morning America's audience? It wasn't for the internet. It wasn't for people tuning into TMZ who've already seen the club videos, who've already known about this stuff. This was for casual viewers who were just hearing about it.
Exactly, because that's who it was for. Yeah, that's exactly who it was for. I'm gonna just hold on. I gotta share. Damn it. Hold on. But yeah, this is,
and it
depends on the question too. It depends on how they because the way that TMZ kind of sets you up, you just go on there to comment. So it depends on to commentate. Yeah, how you gonna comment on? So it just depends on how they set up everything for me. So golly, why they keep switching my my stuff over? Golly, sorry y'all. I know it looks like there we go. But it keeps doing stupid stuff.
He had no other choice but to go on Good Morning America to explain to them why he told the white girl why he needed her to carry herself like Coretta and Michelle. That was
where you reading that at? Who said that?
318 Scooter. And then American Nija girl, Niji girl says, be your own peoples, shaking my head.
Exactly, it do. Ernest Claiborne, he had Chillbunker X.
Yep.
Okay, let me
formerly Chill Little.
They better not give me no bullshit today.
When he was running numbers, he was Detroit Red. What are you, Detroit Chill?
That's exactly what I am.
They're giving me so what they're asking for today is Taco on the Golden Globes, Taylor Swift, Jonathan Majors. Jonathan Majors was first.
That Golden Globes is nasty. Now he ain't getting invited back, I'll tell you that. The Asian dude.
Jim Gaffigan. Gaffigan.
No, that's not who hosted.
Well, no. Golden Globes, Jim Gaffigan cracks pedophile joke during Golden Globes.
It was nasty. I been watching some of them clips because after the game went off, that came on. So I watched that until the Buffalo game came on, and I was like, you can tell that because he was like, I didn't get a chance to really write because they just said, hey man, you want to host? And you can tell because he was freestyling some shit, and them white folks up in there was like, oh, I was like, oh, he ain't coming back. You done, bro. That might be it for you. Because he was saying some shit, man. He was saying some shit.
So just to kind of give y'all a heads up, this is what the topics are today. Of course, I picked Jonathan Majors first. You know what I mean? So hopefully, God, I'm not going to get no sleep today. All right, so I'm going to have to probably get off of this live because they're getting ready to give me a test call. So I'm getting ready to wrap this up. Of course, I'm gonna have to scoot up because they see my Black is Dope shirt. They go like Black and Dope. They're gonna be like, hey, we don't do that around here. So I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up. Thank you guys for coming into the live today. I really appreciate y'all. Y'all really legitimately seeing me in real time, get on TMZ and all of that. So you know what I mean? So I've been on TMZ for the past year. So I appreciate y'all. Thank you so very much. I'm gonna have to get on this sis call with TMZ. So I'll let y'all later. Peace and vibe, y'all. Chill X, chill little, Bluminati. You know what it is, man. Let's get up out of here. Where's my outro at? Let me get up out of here real quick. Where'd it go? Wait a minute. You're telling me the video's over? What? Okay, I guess so. If you have came to this portion of the video, thank you so very much for sticking to the end. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Don't forget to hit that little bell notification so you never miss one of my videos. And if you really want to, you don't got to, go ahead and follow the social media links that's down below. Until next time, I'll let you guys later. Peace and vibe higher, y'all. Y'all take care of yourself.